You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Missed the game last night. You missed one heck of a game, one heck of a series. This is how it ended. Swing of that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back on the track into the chop pass. Zip, boom, bam. Jackpot over the wall. A 3-run shot. Your Atlanta Braves have come back and beat the New York Mets 13-10. What an incredible game. What an incredible series. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh, my God. The place is going absolutely coconuts. Atlanta Braves completed the sweep, winning 13-10 and pushing the New York Mets 8.5 back in the National League East. Tonight, the Braves will take on the Washington Nationals, pitch by pitch, play by play, right here on Braves Country HD. 7:20 first pitch will get you going for a 3-game set against the Nats. Other games of interest going around. Start with Major League Baseball. Dodgers are at the Phillies at 7:05 Eastern. Grove versus Suarez. Mets are at the Pirates. McGill versus Hill. Marlins at the White Sox at 8:10. Yuri Perez and Dylan Cease. Should be a pretty good pitcher's battle. Diamondbacks are at the Tigers. 6:40. Merrill Kelly versus Lorenzen. Rays host the Rangers at 6:40 Eastern. Heaney versus Glasnow, a battle of 2 division leaders. Red Sox and Yankees renew their rivalry. Whitlock and Garrett Cole, who's 7-0, with a 2.82. Astros are at the Guardians at 7:10. Javier versus Logan Allen. The Cubs are at the Giants, 10:15 Eastern. Marcus Stroman versus Disco Stick. You got the Super Regionals in college baseball. 4 games today. Duke and Virginia, TCU and Indiana State. Tonight on ESPN2, number 2 Florida versus number 15 South Carolina. At 8 o'clock on ESPN, Oregon versus Oral Roberts. The rest of the series will get started tomorrow. Football Friday, we get you ready for college football. Turn our attention to the SEC and the Auburn Tigers for 2023. They'll start the season September 2nd, home against UMass. That game will be at 3:30 Eastern on ESPN. The Tigers will then go out to California on September 9th at 10:30 Eastern. That game will also be on the 4-Letter Network. September 16th at home against Samford at 7 o'clock. Can be seen on the Plus and SEC Plus. These games yet to have times as we look ahead. September 23rd at Texas A&M. Then they'll return home to take on the Georgia Bulldogs September 30th. October 14th, Tigers will travel to the Tigers. It's Auburn versus LSU. And on the 21st, at home against the Ole Miss Rebels. October 28th, Mississippi State Cowbells will come a-calling. November 4th, they head to Nashville to take on the Vanderbilt Commodores. November 11th, Auburn Tigers are at Arkansas, and they return the next week to take on New Mexico State. Before the big one, the Iron Bowl, Saturday, November 25th, at home against the Crimson Tide. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Can't figure out why my camera's not working.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. The armchair quarterback.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? All right, we got it figured out. Doing little funny things with the technology over here, but I got it figured out. Had the wrong buttons in place essentially, and the Atlanta Braves. Let's get into this. Sweep the New York Mets. How about it? How about it? Unbelievable. We're going to get you ready for game number 1 of the Braves versus Nats. We're going to look at the series. We're going to look at tonight's game, obviously. We're going to look at the series as well. Before we get into that, what I did want to do before we got into the series and whatnot, I want to go ahead and play you a couple of clips. The first one is Ozzie Albies after the game, talking about his home run and what an incredible home run it was. If you did miss it, was a 3-run shot. We played it during the Sports Flash. It was a 3-run shot by Ozzie Albies in the bottom of the 10th inning after the Braves had tied it up with an Arcia solo shot. Unbelievable game. Unbelievable. All three games were incredible. And here's Ozzie Albies.
I was looking for something over the plate to drive. Wash was screaming loud at everybody, hey, all we need is a line drive single. Do it. And, I look for something to hit hard. The best feeling ever. As soon as that ball was hit, I didn't even feel anything off the bat. That's how perfect I put it on that barrel. And it's awesome. It's amazing feeling. Yeah, we weren't expecting all these runs today, but, that's part of the game. It happens, and hopefully, thank God we came with a W tonight. We don't give up at all. Even with the defense and the offense, we keep going no matter what till the game is over.
So there you go, Ozzie Albies. And, this team just keeps coming at you in ways. We're doing the game last night. I kept saying to everyone, it ain't over. And what was funny, I didn't even think about it till after the game. I was talking to my wife. She was like, they came back. I can't believe that. I said, you know what? I said something at the beginning of the game that I kind of forgot, and I wish I'd remembered it. That's on me. But when the game was, 5-3, I think it was at the time, I said, I think the first 1-13 wins this one in a joking manner. And sure enough, hit the nail on the head. The Braves win 13-10, a walk-off shot. And obviously 11 would have won the game if we would have gotten a single. I love the fact that Ozzie said, Wash is basically telling him, don't swing for the fences. We just want to get a W, which I'm sure Ozzie knows at that point. But I'm sure there's a lot of times that Wash and other of the Atlanta Braves coaches want to say that to a lot of the hitters up there. Just get a base hit. You get a base hit, you don't know how this inning is going to unfold. But that's neither here nor there in this situation because the Atlanta Braves go on, they get the W. And the fact that, and by the way, if you missed the news, Pete Alonso's going on the IL, the throw it again guy. And I don't like to see anybody injured, so I'm not going to sit up there and gloat about that. But what I'm pointing out is the Mets are in trouble because he has pretty much been their offense. And I do think that Francisco Alvarez is quite a hitter, and he might help carry their offense for a little bit. But you're out without Pete Alonso. I haven't seen an actual update as far as a timeline. They're probably not going to give one because they probably honestly don't know what it is. It could just be a quick 15-day stint, and at that point, it's a little more manageable. You don't love it, but it's a little more manageable. But if you're talking about a situation where Alonso could be going to the IL for long term, let me see what we got here. It looks like he was put on the 10-day IL, so it could just be a bone bruise. See, John Heyman saying there's real concern, may miss a few weeks, et cetera, et cetera. So no real news there yet. The 10-day IL, that's just something that you place them on. You can always shift them to the 15. And then, of course, if it's much worse, you can go further than that. So, but as far as that goes, for the foreseeable future, they won't have him until a week from Monday, essentially. And I kind of figured he wasn't going to make it to the Pittsburgh series just because when you get these bone bruises in the hands, if that's what it is, if there's not a fracture, you're talking about having to have that hand heal. And that's the hand that is basically guiding you through a swing. So they're not going to rush him back on that. And so I kind of figured he wasn't going to be back till after the Pittsburgh series this weekend. But you look at what the Mets are up against, and you look at the fact that if you just looking at a quick scan of their schedule in the very near future, remember we talked about this not too long ago, about how the Mets schedule was about to get a lot tougher. They kind of milled around and played the Cubs, the Rockies, and the Tigers and whatnot. Well, this is their schedule coming up, and this does not get easy on any front from any stretch of the imagination. Listen to this in the rest of June. At Pittsburgh, which look, they're coming back down to earth. But Pittsburgh is still a pretty good team. So I wouldn't say that that's going to be a series that I would even expect the Mets to win. But if they do, you figure at the best, you're going to split the series 2-1. But considering the fact that it's Miguel, Senga, and Carrasco, you can't guarantee that they're going to win 2 games, much less win a game, because, I mean, they got to face Keller on Sunday with Carrasco. Carrasco's pitched a little better. He just can't go very far, which is an issue with a lot of their starting pitchers. But that's kind of today's baseball anyways. But Keller has been absolutely dealing for Pittsburgh. So that's a tough game right there. You got Oviedo going up against Senga tomorrow. And Oviedo's pitched pretty decently. And tonight it's McGill versus Hill. And I feel like that would be a shootout. Here's the other thing that I saw. Listen to this. The Mets did not get to their hotel last night in Pittsburgh till after 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, which not exactly a shocker. Their media pundits were making a bigger deal out of that than what that really is. I mean, the game ended around 11 or so Eastern time. By the time you get out and get on a plane, you figure best case scenario, it's 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's a good 2-hour plus flight into Pittsburgh. So yeah, obviously you're not going to get in. But I think what they were pointing out is that the team is tired from a grueling 3-game series in which the Mets blew 3 leads of 3 runs or more. And so they dumped out their bullpen, et cetera, et cetera. Last night's game was just absolutely dragging. I don't know what Braves team to expect tonight. I feel like that the extra shot in the arm is going to be the fact that A.J. Smith-Shawver is going to make his major league debut. So we look forward to that. But are they going to come out and are they going to be a little flat? So let's go ahead and get you set for Braves versus Nats game 1, as coming off that miraculous, not just series victory, not just game victory, just the fact that they never gave up last night. And it would have been really easy. But when you look at the fact that the Mets, who I still think are the biggest threat to the Braves in the division, despite what Miami's record is, Miami's played a really cupcake schedule. Now they're going into Chicago to play the White Sox this weekend. That's not necessarily a difficult competition, but it is on the road, and it's never easy to win on the road. So we hope that we can pick up some ground here. We're at home against Washington. They're going into play a White Sox team that just hasn't played up to its potential. You would think Atlanta could possibly gain a game this weekend. We're 3.5 up on Miami coming into the weekend. We're 8.5 up on the Mets. But listen to the Mets schedule going forward for the rest of this month. They got the 3-game schedule, the 3 games in Pittsburgh. So that's going to be the end of their road trip. They're already 0-3 on the road trip. If they drop 1 game, it's going to be a losing road trip. So it's already kind of a bummer when you look at it from their angle. It's McGill, Senga, and Carrasco. That's not going to be easy. Okay. Let's just assume that they do get a win. I just really feel like Pittsburgh is going to win that series. But let's just say that they do get a win. Then you're looking at a 2-game series next week. They are off Monday, and they're going to need that day off just to re-energize themselves. They're at home, but they're playing the New York Yankees, who are playing really good baseball right now. Now, that's going to be a fun one, and I'm going to try to keep an eye on that one while I'm watching and bringing you the Braves broadcast. They're going to have Scherzer and Verlander going on the hill versus the Yankees. That right there is, that is the quintessential offseason, looking forward to how good the Mets are going to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're going to have to go up against the Yankees, and they're putting their, $86 million out there on the mound. If they go out there and spit the bit and get swept away by the Yankees in their home stadium, I don't care if the fact that they don't have Pete Alonso going on the IL today. I don't care about that. You can't, at bare minimum, you have to split that series. Not saying that they can't, but I'm saying your psyche would be crushed. In your own city, your two top starters, Scherzer and Verlander, that you're shucking out $46 million to. No, I'm sorry, $86 million to. 43 apiece. I'm pretty sure it breaks down this year. It's somewhere in that neighborhood, 86 million. If you get swept away in your own building, even without Alonso, oh man, are they going to come for you in the New York media? Then they're going to get a day off, and then they're going to be at home against the Cardinals, who are starting to play a little better baseball. So that's not going to be easy on your bullpen. Then they have to go out on the road immediately, no day off on that next Monday. Listen to this. 3 at Houston. Then they get a day off. 3 at Philadelphia. And then they'll come home and play a 4-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers. That's not going to be easy. Brewers are a solid baseball team. And then a team who's been playing much better in the second month than the first month. Here come the San Francisco Giants for a 3-game set. And after you get punch drunk from all of that, before the All-Star break, you go out on the road for 6 games at Arizona and at San Diego. They will be lucky to be a 500 team at that point. I don't think they will be. They would be very fortunate to be a 500 team at that point. I mean, my word. What an absolute that's a gauntlet. Now, look, it's all evened out because they had a pretty easy schedule and they weren't performing. There's no other way to say it. You can't sugarcoat it. They were not performing. When you look at the Mets right now, they're 3 games under 500. When they get to the All-Star break, I'll handicap it. My over-under right now, if you're a Mets fan, you would love to be 500. I think you would even take at this point 5 games under 500 at the All-Star break. You'll still have a puncher's chance at the wild card, but man, the division may be out of sight and out of mind. Phillies, by the way, are 8 back. So the Braves come into tonight's action 3.5 in front of Miami, 8 in front of Philly, 8.5 in front of the Mets, and 12.5 games in front of Washington. And Miami has been red hot. They've won 8 of their last 10. They've played some bad teams, but hey, you can only play the teams that are in front of you, so I'm not going to knock anything on that. When you look at what the Mets are about to deal with, and you compare it to what the Braves are going to deal with going up to the All-Star break, this next week alone, or week plus, we're going to be at home against Washington, at Detroit, and home against Colorado. No Major League Baseball team is easy, per se, but you like your odds to gain some ground. Then they're going to go to Philly and Cincinnati. That won't necessarily be easy. Then they're going to come home and play Minnesota and Miami, who have good records, but they don't have very good offenses this year. Then they're going to finish it off at Cleveland, another bad offense. And they'll finish it all off. And this one's going to be a fun one to look forward to. The last weekend of the season, the Tampa Bay Rays at Tampa Bay, the 2 best teams in baseball, in my opinion, right now. And you can't argue with that if you look at the record. So, yeah, we've got a couple of bumps in the road, but all in all, pretty manageable schedule on this back half of the first half of the season. And all in all, I've been really concerned about how we're going to fare with Philadelphia. If you look at that real quick, Philadelphia is at home against the Dodgers this weekend. Can't believe we're saying this, but go blue, right? Then they go out on their own road trip, a 7-game set, and it's an exact opposite of what we just did. They go 4 in Arizona, and without a day off, 3 at Oakland. Now, we know Oakland's not a great team, but we can't talk a lot of smack about Oakland. They took 2 out of 3 out of us. But the point is they're going to come out of that Arizona series, and with that Arizona offense and whatnot, Philly could be kind of punch drunk coming out of that game or out of that series. They're going to go into Oakland, and there could be a look-ahead factor because right after that, they come home to face the Mets, or excuse me, in this order, face the Braves and then the Mets. And it would be human nature to come out of that 4-game series against Arizona and know you're about to go home in a few days to face the division leaders and your arch rival in the Mets and say, man, we got to get ready for the Atlanta series. We got to get ready for the Mets series. Oakland might steal 1 or 2 games from them. And then after that, they go to Chicago, and they're at home against Washington, so it gets a little softer. But then they're going to finish their half of the season in Florida, 3 at Tampa Bay and 3 at Miami. And that's just not going to be an easy way to finish it off. And then if you look at the Marlins, which are hanging in there, there's always a story like this every year in Major League Baseball, right? When we did our predictions, I talked about how I thought Miami could compete for a wild card, and they're looking like a team that can be right there. They've got the pitching. Miami's biggest problem is they have no offense, but their offense is coming together, and you got Luis Arias who's chasing down 400. You just never know. You never know. But you go to with the Marlins, they're going to be at the White Sox, at Seattle. 2 teams who aren't playing great, but it's kind of a funky road trip, and they're going to end that road trip at Washington. And Washington, we're going to see this weekend, they can put runs up on the board, and they're very hit or miss on their pitching, their starting pitching from day to day. If they get a good outing, they can be a tough team to beat. They're not quite turning the corner yet, but they can see the corner. And I think they're only a few years away from start. Look, they've got a lot of salary issues that they're trying to climb out of. They won that World Series in 19, but you've got Strasburg on the books for the next few years. You've got Corbin on the books for the next few years. And neither one of them are really guys you look forward to when they go on the hill. And then if you look at the rest of Miami's schedule this back half, they play Toronto and Pittsburgh, at Boston, at Atlanta, at home against St. Louis and Philly. So it's going to get tougher for the Marlins as they go down the stretch. If the Braves in this back half, if they can play 3, 4, 5 games over 500, they might be able to build themselves one heck of a league going into the All-Star break. And you want that because you never know when an injury or just an old-fashioned what the heck is going on slump happens, because that's the way baseball is. If you look at the series this weekend with the Braves and the Nationals and what the pitching matchup is going to be tonight, obviously we're looking forward to Shawver getting his first major league start. We got a little bit of a sample size in Arizona. It looked good. Can't wait to see what he looks like tonight when he's going through an entire. And I'm just prepared for the worst and hoping for the best. I'm not going to overanalyze him on his first start, but I'm hoping he looks great. He's going up against Gray. Gray is up and down, but he pitches better away from home. So the thing about Josiah Gray, though, I don't really have a whole lot of time to get into it, but if you look at his pitching, when he's gone up against some of the better teams, he's only had a couple of tough opponents this year. He hasn't fared so well. he's really built a resume against a really, really fortuitous game log would be the best way to put it. And then tomorrow, it's Schuster versus Mackenzie Gore. Mackenzie Gore's been pitching really well. So these are going to be a tough couple of games to see if Atlanta's young pitchers can outduel the Washington's young pitchers. The thing that I have the belief in is that Atlanta's offense is a lot better right now, and our bullpen's much, much stronger. So I do believe we'll prevail, but you can't assume a sweep. I'm expecting to win the series. I hope for the sweep, but I never assume a sweep in Major League Baseball. And on Sunday, it's Elder versus Williams. We definitely have the advantage there. Williams will go out and have a good outing from time to time, but typically Elder is a much better pitcher. And so that's how this series lines up. And I'm going to go ahead and call it tonight. I got the Braves winning. I don't think it'll be as high scoring because I think there's going to be some fatigue. Give me the Braves winning this one. We'll say 6-2. I think Shawver, from what we saw, is going to go out and pitch well, and then the bullpen will clean it up. And then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll get into that tomorrow. We are bringing you the game tomorrow as well. That's a 4:10 first pitch. Will come on 3:30 for pregame. So tonight, 7:20, tomorrow, 4:10, and we're taking Sunday off. So there you have it. All right. Let's take a real quick break. When we come back, Bobby's going to join us. We're going to talk the NBA. Tones is on the way. We're going to get into our all-time NFL fantasy draft. It's going to start a little more meat on the bone now that we're getting into the – because the first couple rounds to me is the obvious picks. Then you start hitting the turns on the third and fourth round. I think there's going to be some interesting discussions on who we would take, because it's anybody who's ever played in the National Football League. That's the theme of this draft. It's been a lot of fun so far. Looking forward to it. And we're going to talk a lot more baseball. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD. Braves Country today, 3 to 5. We go live, 99.1 FM WQEE. Keep it locked in here.
Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
We're down to one strike here. It's 0-2. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby! All throughout Braves country, pop that top! Your Atlanta Braves have won it all!
Armchair.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
You're listening to WQEE, the Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Key and YouTube.com @Braves Country.
At the tone, leave your name and message. I'll get back to you.
This is Shirley from the bank.
The answers are no, no, and yes. No, we won't loan you money. No, we won't accept any cosigners. And yes, your account's overdrawn. I get off at 4:30.
All right, on a Football Friday, we got Bobby joining us, as he does every Friday about this time. The kid is back in the building. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Braves coming off a 3-game sweep. Unbelievable. All 3 games were incredible come-from-behind victories. You don't normally get that against your rival. Normally, middle of the season, 3-game series, you expect one of them to be a dud, maybe 2 of them a dud, maybe one's a really good game, and heck, sometimes that's the one you lose. But it has been an absolute joy to bring the games to everyone this week. There have been some weeks where you're like, man, this Oakland A series kicking my butt. Got my head in the oven during the 7th inning. Are you enjoying the NBA Finals?
Somewhat. I feel like it's only a matter of time before the Nuggets pull away. I think they win Game 4, and that probably puts away the series. So it's kind of hard to get into it a little bit, but I've been watching it.
You don't think Miami's going to defend their turf and even up the series?
Nah, it's those Heat. Even if they win Game 2, I don't see them win. I find it so hard to believe they win this series. Their role players have been so off and on.
I'm not necessarily saying winning the series, because I'm with you. I'm pretty sure Denver's going to win this in well, it'll all depend on tonight.
Yeah.
I think in 5 they're going to win it in 6. But I figure Miami's going to come out. I'll tell you what I do like. I haven't seen the line. Whatever the line is, I would like Miami in the first quarter. Because I feel like they're going to come out punching. Maybe, but they're going to come out punching.
I mean, their back's against the wall. They have to in this game.
I don't know if they'll be able to hold on and win the game because, man, Jamal Murray. I mean, I was listening to a show today, and they got way ahead of themselves, but it is an interesting comment. I don't think it's an interesting theory at this point, but it's an interesting comment. Talking about, could Jamal Murray and Jokic, by the time they're done, end up being the best 1-2 punch in the NBA history finals, right? And I'm like, it's way too early because you're talking about one season. Heck, we're talking about 3 games. Because I'm not giving them any credence to what they've done in the regular season. You have to do this on the biggest stage, right?
Yeah.
But it is an interesting comment because I think a lot of people, when they look at Jokic, they figure, well, he's got to be 43, 44 years old. I mean, because he just looks like an old bastard. But he's 28. And Murray, I don't have his age in front of me, but he's a young man as well. So they could rattle off 5 or 6 really good years.
They could. It's hard to top duos like, Kobe and Shaq, Scotty and MJ, and then, LeBron and D-Wade. I don't think they'll get up to that level. I don't think Jamal Murray's up at that level of players. To
say all that, you're going to say Magic and Kareem?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm not an old man. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes. Magic and Kareem as well, one of those. But when you look at the all-time great duos like that, you have 2 great players, two guys who are at the, top of the all-time list, and I don't think Murray is going to get up there.
It is wild that I don't have the stat in front of me. You might know it, but they said that the 2 players had never done what they did last night. I didn't watch the game, or I'm sorry, Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I was doing the Braves game, could care less about the finals at this point. I just see the stats and hear people talking about the next day.
I know Jokic is the first player to have 30, 20, and 10 in a finals game.
It was that, but it was also something that let me pull it up in a second because I bet if I see it, if I see the stats, I guarantee you it'll draw my my memory. But they were saying the other morning that Wednesday night's game, 2 players had never. Let me see what in the world did because it was Murray and it was Jokic. And I guess it was the fact that they both scored 30 points
Mm-hmm.
It might have been just that. I think I know what it was now after looking at it. 2 players in the NBA Finals on the same team have never scored 30 points and had a triple-double.
Mm.
Murray was 34, 10, and 10. Jokic was 32, 10, and 21 rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the stat was. It wasn't the fact that they had a triple-double because other teams have had that happen, but the players getting the triple-double have never both scored 30 points.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, they're playing lights out right now, and Murray right now he's kind of moved himself up into that elite level of shooting guards in the league. But I'm not gonna jump the gun and call them like an all-time great duo just yet.
No, but it would be interesting if they go ahead and they get this championship.
Mm-hmm.
And you can never guarantee anything because, I mean, an injury, whatever. But let's say Denver gets this championship. Then they're going to be on that watch of, can they turn this into a dynasty?
Mm-hmm.
And for me, if you're going to call yourself a dynasty, you have to win 3.
Yeah.
3 in we'll say 3 in a 5 to 7 year span.
That's fair.
And then at that point, the comparisons would be, well, how good of a dynasty, right?
Mm-hmm.
No one's ever going to touch the Celtics of Bill Russell.
Yeah, that's fair.
Won like 48 championships in a row. It was just absurd.
Yeah.
But after that, there's a tier just under that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, the comparison then you start looking at the 80s Lakers, the 90s Bulls, that kind of run.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't really have a quote unquote dynasty in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
But you had one actually had 2 dynasties in the 80s with the Celtics and Lakers. The Pistons were 1 championship away from us having 3 dynasties in one decade, which would have been phenomenal. And then you had obviously the Bulls, and then you had the Lakers again in the early 2000s. And then that was about it until the Heat showed up. Now, the biggest argument that's always been thrown out there is, was San Antonio a dynasty? Because they won 5, but it was over like 14 years or whatever the number was.
I would say yeah. Because and it also has to do with finals appearances, I think, too.
This Tim Duncan and Popovich were a part of a dynasty run, but I don't know if that team was ever done because it wasn't the same moving parts.
Yeah, that's fair.
It wasn't like the same 7 or 8 main characters stuck together for 15 years and they all pulled in the championships, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just happen to be wearing the same jerseys.
Yeah.
How many? What is the guy's name? The guy from France. I'm trying to.
The guy who's going to be in the draft.
Tony Parker. I'm trying to remember. I want to say he was there for maybe 3 of them.
Yeah,
I think.
And you got guys like Manu as well, and then Kawhi came in towards the end.
There for like a year, right? I mean, for 1 championship. Kawhi was only there for like 1 championship, right?
Yeah, and he was a big part of that championship too. I think he was Finals MVP.
Oh yeah, I mean he was phenomenal that year.
Yeah.
So
it is a lot of different moving parts, but they kept that core of their head coach and best player around.
I don't want to forget before we change subjects. Obviously, Golden State.
Yeah,
put them in there,
no question.
But for Denver to put themselves on that same and they start talking about the best duo of all time, I think that conversation comes with because they don't have a third guy per se. It's the dynamic duo and then a very, very strong. It's almost like, well, you got the dynamic duo there, and then they have a very strong supporting cast.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like any of the other championship teams that we've seen in recent memory. So I think that's where they were going with that, but they never really finished the thought on that argument.
Mm-hmm.
But if Denver goes out there and gets it, man, I mean, you got to at least start. They go onto our radar.
Mm-hmm. They go under the radar, kind of like the Bucks did a couple years ago. We're a team that, they have one of the top players in the league, a great supporting cast. And you're saying, okay, they could be a dynasty, but the Bucks severely disappointed in the next couple of years after they won that championship. So it's easy for teams to kind of get comfortable.
And we didn't know that winning wasn't important to Freak at the time.
Yeah,
he kind of left that out. He said, well, you're not a loser if you lose. And they went, what? That's the definition of a loser. You Mets fan? Well, if you got up that day and you really put your best effort forward, we're all winners. I just want everyone to enjoy themselves. Orange
as long as everyone had fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what the hell are you talking about, man? Okay, so Denver 3.5-point favorite tonight. Do they cover the spread?
I'm gonna say yeah. I think they win game 4, and I think maybe the Heat steal game 5, but I think the Heat win or the Nuggets win in 5 or 6.
I'll tell you what's interesting. The over-under is 211. And if you look at the previous games, the Heat win being the outlier. 211 seems extremely high.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'd be if I was going to bet this game, I don't bet the NBA unless I'm really invested in it. I'm not watching the series. It's just none of it really. If we get to this time next year and the Nuggets are playing someone that has a little more star power and they're defending a championship, you can probably get me more involved in the Nuggets. But right now, I really don't care. I mean, I assume the Nuggets are going to win. I don't care how many games it takes them to get there.
It's such a mismatch. And props to Jimmy Butler and Bam as well for getting them this far. Mostly Jimmy Butler. Props to them for getting them this far, though. But they just, and you look at guys like Strus and Gabe Vincent, and they've kind of disappeared this series. Now, the win they had, they actually had a solid game. But those guys are starting to play more like, undrafted free agents and stuff. I mean, this team's starting Kevin Love. It's not – I don't have high hopes for them.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler, he's 33 years old. He'll be 34 in a few months.
Mm-hmm.
This is that territory where he might, because he's still a very good player, right? He's still an elite player.
Mm-hmm.
This is that territory in his career where he might really think about, should I go elsewhere?
If you pair him with another star, he could easily win a championship.
I'm going to tell you right now, you put him in Boston, that's
a ring.
Because you would have the talent of Tatum and Brown, and they don't have a killer, and Jimmy Butler's the killer they need.
You could trade Brown. You could swap Brown for Butler, and they win a ring.
No, I'm not trading Brown.
I know you're not. I know you're a big Jaylen Brown fan, but they still win a ring with just Tatum and Butler. And as long as they have a solid big man, and
not trading Brown, man. He has got the dog in him, and it's developing, and he's too young to give up on.
You're about to sink a lot of money into him, though, so you better pray it works out.
Kevin Durant thing. Jimmy Butler's 33 years old.
You're about to put $300 million into Brown, so it's got to work out.
Okay, but here's the thing. Jimmy Butler, when he was 25, would you have thought that he would have developed into what he is in a day? Yeah, he was
probably not.
He was an also-ran. He was a good player. Everyone could see him being a good player, but no one thought he was this.
Yeah.
That's why I would not give up on Brown. As much as I hate to admit it, I wouldn't give up on Tatum, even though I think he's soft as Charmin. But I think he'll eventually get ticked off and say, I've got to develop an inside game to go get me a ring.
He has it. He's just is scared to use it.
Right. Well,
we've seen it in years past.
I mean, it doesn't do any good that would be like anybody saying this random center has a heck of a sky hook, but if he doesn't use it in the game, what the hell does it matter? Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, but they need a Jimmy. I don't know if it's got to be to that degree. Jimmy Butler's bringing a lot of salary in.
Mm-hmm.
They need a guy with that kind of mentality. They need a Marcus Smart that's a little more of a scorer. That's what they need. Because Marcus Smart right now, by far, is the biggest dog on that team.
Yeah.
Complimentary way. He has got the junkyard dog in him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see either of the two stars on the Celtics having that for now. It could change. It could change, like you said.
When the Braves lost Freeman and then they lost Dansby Swanson, I was a little concerned that they weren't going to have that dog on their team.
Mm-hmm.
On the offensive side, a guy that would go out there. And now I'm starting to see they might have 2 or 3 guys, which is what's carrying this team. But they've got some guys. Snicker always likes to call it a slow heartbeat. Mm-hmm. But they've got some guys that can flat out play.
Yeah.
And
well, look, if the Heat don't commit to getting another star from Butler to work alongside him, then I could see him requesting a trade. That makes a lot of sense.
I just think every championship team needs a guy. And sometimes they have to go through the tough times. Something motivated Murray and something motivated Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just talent for them to go, I am tired of getting knocked out in the first round. I'm tired of calling us a paper tiger. I'm sick and tired of them calling us regular season heroes.
Mm-hmm.
All those insults might have been coming from me. But the point is.
Me too. I'm guilty.
The point is, something got them over that hump.
Yeah. Hey, maybe it was us.
I'll be honest with you. Now, he gets paid way too much money. But I'm a big Bam Adebayo fan.
I like him.
I'm looking at his salary right now. Woo! I don't know if I like him as much as that.
Yeah.
Take a guess at what he makes a year.
40 million.
30.
30? That's not terrible in today's NBA, but
that's a pretty big
money. That's a big chunk of the salary.
Oh, here's one for you. So he's making 30. Jimmy's making 37.
That's a good deal.
Third highest paid guy on the team, making 28. This is why Miami's not going to win the championship.
Don't tell me it's Duncan Robinson.
It's Kyle Lowry at 37.
Oh, it's Kyle Lowry?
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Duncan Robinson's actually really affordable for NBA. He's making 16.
That's not terrible, yeah. I remember he got a deal that was questionable when he got it.
I don't remember. I did not realize that Robinson was already 29. So I mean, this is really an aging team.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, man, I mean, they should, for NBA standards, they've got a fairly low salary.
Mm-hmm.
Why can they not go out and get a guy?
Well, there's a guy that wants to play in Miami. Damian Lillard said if he was to get traded, Miami would be his first choice. And
makes all the sense. I don't like it. As a Celtic fan, I can tell you.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But
that makes so much sense.
What would they have to give up, though?
They'd have to give up Harrow. They'd have to give up. There'd be other pieces. They'd probably have to bring a third team into the trade, and a lot of picks.
That's just shop talk for. They're about to finagle a deal because Portland's a terrible market and they want Miami to win. That's NBA's always cooking the books.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these trades that you see get done, you're like, how the hell did that help the second team?
Yeah, a lot of times with the Lakers.
Nah, man, there's some stuff being done behind doors, under the table that no one's seeing.
Hey man, as a Blazers fan, I'm ready to move on. So if that were to happen, I'm not mad at it.
Well, when you say you're ready to move on as a Blazers fan, are you talking about jumping on another bandwagon? Because
no, I mean getting ready. I'll trade. Trade Damian Lillard. I love him, favorite player of all time, and it's gonna hurt when he gets traded. But it's they're just beating a dead horse at this point. They're not gonna win with him.
Area your entire life.
What?
Have you lived in the Nashville area your entire life, essentially?
Since I've been 3, yeah.
How in the hell are your teams
I knew this question.
Raiders, and then 2 professional Arizona Cardinal football team and the Portland Trailblazers?
Okay, so the first thing you asked was about Florida, right?
Yeah.
Florida, okay, I was born there. My mom raised me to be a Gators fan. I was born in Tampa. That has a better explanation than the other 2. The other 2 are purely off of video games.
Like you've been in Tennessee since you were 3.
I'm not going to be a Tennessee fan.
I think the reason is because Florida's always been better than Tennessee. But anyways, go ahead. The other 2 is not.
My mom brought me up to be a Florida fan. The other 2 are just because I was playing video games.
Are both
sports video games at a young age, and I like their logos and their uniforms.
Video games?
What?
Both. I knew the Arizona thing was because of video games. Both of them were because of video games?
Yeah, I loved the Trailblazers logo, and I liked playing with Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge. So, yeah, that's how it came to be. And look, nobody regrets it more than me.
Your generation is a disaster. That's all I got, man.
I regret it more than you can imagine. Believe me.
It's not too late, man. It's not too late.
It is. I'm already too invested. It's too late. I'm stuck with them now.
God bless.
I just got to pray someone comes in and turns them around, but I'm not too confident in it.
I've got an idea for a show when we bring the Saturday morning show in the fall. I'm jotting it down. I'm not going to talk about it on air, but I've got I got a funny idea. Anyways,
pick a new team for Bobby.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah. Something like that. We're going to get you a new team.
I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy, believe me.
I mean, my God, do you stay up till 4 a.m. watching your teams every day?
I don't. I'm not watching a ton of Blazers regular season games. I'll tune in at the beginning of the season when they have a little bit of hope, but once they start sucking, I'm out. I'll keep up with it on Bleacher Report.
So, what is the point of being the team of liking that team?
I've already invested too much emotion into these teams. I can't just find a new one. It's not in me.
All right. Well, that part's actually admirable because most folks who pick teams because of video games bail out as soon as they get.
I can't do it. I'm just
like the Blazers, but I hate the ones that say, "Well, I'm a LeBron fan," or I'm a Curry fan. When Steph Curry leaves Golden State and goes to wherever, right?
Yeah.
And they do that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
That's stuff that I really dislike because I'm like, no, you picked this laundry when you were 3 years old. You will die representing it.
Yep, that's what I do. I'm going to root for Dame whenever that trade comes. I'm going to root for wherever he's at, but I'll be a Blazers fan still. That's still my team.
Mercy.
Yeah, pray for me.
At least I have a fairly good reason for all my teams.
Yeah.
And
I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. Both of my teams ended up with top 3 picks this year. It's not something to be happy about.
I'm trying to think if I have a team that's just goofball. Like, what in the hell? I don't think I do, but I might be able to think of one on the break. I'm trying to think if like there's a goofball reason why I like a team. There was almost a goofball reason, but my grandfather nipped that in the bud. I was almost a Raiders fan as a kid.
I remember you saying that.
2 or 3 times in a row, I got the little gumball machine that used to spit out the plastic helmets.
Yeah.
I got a Raiders helmet 2 or 3 weeks in a row with my allowance, and I just thought it was the gods telling me I had to be a Raiders fan. So I'm coming.
You see how easily kids can be pushed into being a fan of a team.
Saying, I'm going to be a Raiders fan. I mean, that literally lasted half an afternoon. He finally heard what I was saying. Goes, wait, what?
Hey, listen. It's not hard for a kid to be pushed into being a fan of a team. You see what I'm talking about now.
Yeah, he goes, I like the Oakland Raiders. And it was the hell you say?
I should have said that in front of my dad, and maybe this wouldn't happen.
Raiders?
I might not be here rooting for the teams I am today if I would have said that out loud in front of my dad, but I kept quiet, and now I'm stuck with the Blazers and Cardinals.
A legit argument, too, because back then there was no NFL ticket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, when the hell are the Raiders ever going to be on TV down here in the Southeast? You're going to pick a team that at least we have a fighting chance of one day going to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny because, like, later on that year, the Raiders played in Miami. I was like, we could have went to that game to see them. I did not win that argument.
I can't imagine you did.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Top of the hour. When we come back, Tones will be joining us. We are going to do our fantasy football all-time draft, and it's getting good. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, and a lot more baseball to talk about too. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM. Braves, Nationals, they start their series tonight.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. Well, thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. You missed the game last night. You missed one heck of a game, one heck of a series. This is how it ended. Swing of that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back on the track. Into the chop pass, zip, boom, bam! Jackpot over the wall, a 3-run shot. Your Atlanta Braves have come back and beat the New York Mets 13-10. What an incredible game. What an incredible series. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh my God, the place is going absolutely coconuts. Atlanta Braves completed the sweep, winning 13-10 and pushing the New York Mets 8.5 back in the National League East. Tonight, the Braves will take on the Washington Nationals, pitch by pitch, play by play, right here on Braves Country HD. 7:20 first pitch will get you going for a 3-game set against the Nats. Other games of interest going around. Start with Major League Baseball. Dodgers are at the Phillies at 7:05 Eastern. Grove versus Suarez. Mets are at the Pirates. McGill versus Hill. Marlins at the White Sox at 8:10. Yuri Perez and Dylan Cease. Should be a pretty good pitcher's battle. Diamondbacks are at the Tigers. 6:40. Merrill Kelly versus Lorenzen. Rays host the Rangers at 6:40 Eastern. Heaney versus Glasnow, a battle of 2 division leaders. Red Sox and Yankees renew their rivalry. Whitlock and Garrett Cole, who's 7-0, with a 2.82. Astros are at the Guardians at 7:10. Javier versus Logan Allen. The Cubs are at the Giants, 10:15 Eastern. Marcus Stroman versus Disco Stick. You got the Super Regionals in college baseball. 4 games today. Duke and Virginia, TCU and Indiana State. Tonight on ESPN2, number 2 Florida versus number 15 South Carolina. 8 o'clock on ESPN, Oregon versus Oral Roberts. The rest of the series will get started tomorrow. On Football Friday, we get you ready for college football. Turn our attention to the SEC and the Auburn Tigers for 2023. They'll start the season September 2nd, home against UMass. That game will be at 3:30 Eastern on ESPN. The Tigers will then go out to California on September 9th at 10:30 Eastern. That game will also be on the Four Letter Network. September 16th at home against Sanford at 7 o'clock. Can be seen on the Plus and SEC Plus. These games yet to have times as we look ahead. September 23rd at Texas A&M. Then they'll return home to take on the Georgia Bulldogs September 30th. October 14th, Tigers will travel to the Tigers. It's Auburn versus LSU. And on the 21st, at home against the Ole Miss Rebels. October 28th, Mississippi State Cowbells will come a-calling. November 4th, they head to Nashville to take on the Vanderbilt Commodores. November 11th, Auburn Tigers are at Arkansas, and they return the next week to take on New Mexico State. Before the big one, the Iron Bowl, Saturday, November 25th, at home against the Crimson Tide. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
Started training mixed martial arts, MMA, some people call it UFC. You do UFC. UFC is an organization. MMA, mixed martial arts, is a sport. That's like saying you do NBA, you do Golden State Warrior. Anyway.
Hour number 2. Waiting for Tones to jump in. He's always racing against the clock on a Friday to get in here and see if he's giving me any kind of an update. Yeah, he should be on here pretty soon. Bobby, have you been keeping up with the draft?
Oh, I have. Yeah. I have a whole list of players at each position that I'm thinking about drafting, and I've been crossing them off as they go. And I have 3 guys in mind. One of them I'll be picking today. So yeah.
See, now how are we doing this? Tones goes first, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was kind of hoping he picks one of these 2 guys, so it makes my decision easier. I have 2 guys that I'm kind of deciding between.
I don't know if all this is going to fit in the chat. I'm gonna try to copy and paste it. Nah, yeah, that's why I figured there's no way all this is going to fit in the chat.
All the stuff from the email?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That
ain't gonna work.
There's a 200 character limit on YouTube, and this thing's like almost 1,000.
Yeah.
So what I will do is I will put y'all's picks in the chat because a little more relevant to today's show. But Bobby, see now Tampa Tones started off with Larry Johnson, which was a little surprising to me just because he's not like one of the go-to names, but he did have really good years.
Mm-hmm.
And man alive, if I take mine out, even if I take mine out, there's not enough room. All right, whatever. I'm gonna try to whittle this down so I can get y'all's picks in here. Because I got the positions in there as well. So for folks who haven't been paying attention to this, what we're doing is an all-time fantasy football draft. The short of it is 2 of their seasons you're picking. We'll randomly pick the games once we get the scoring going and whatnot. But right now we're just focusing on the draft. And so, for instance, yesterday the draft showed us Steven took Emmitt Smith from 94 and 92, Jerry Rice from 95 and 94. And Doug took Marshall Faulk from 99 and 2000, O.J. Simpson 73 and 75. So you get the drift. You're picking a player, but you're being very specific on the years. I thought about, well, if I get a guy and I want the same guy, but I want different years, can you do that? And I was like, yeah, that's just going to get way too complicated.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at on that. And Joey is going to be drafting next week. He went with who'd he take? He took Patrick Mahomes.
I had him on my list too. I had to cross him off.
2018 and 2022. And then he's got Barry Sanders and Harrison. So Tampa Tones, who should be on here momentarily, he's got Larry Johnson. He's got Randy Moss. Bobby has LaDainian Tomlinson and Antonio Brown. So that's what we're waiting on, is for him to show up. And then I'll be going back-to-backs. I've got Marino and I've got Jim Brown. I've got a bunch of guys jotted down because I didn't know which way y'all were going. And so, yeah, that's where we're at on that right now. And, I mean, admittedly, Lo Marino had great years. It was a homer pick. I grew up a big Marino fan. I typically wouldn't draft a quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
But Steven's a Dolphins fan, and I knew he would have 2 more picks, and I was like, he's not getting Marino. Marino's my guy. Marino might be a Dolphin. I mean, Steven might be a Dolphin fan, but he didn't grow up a Marino fan. He's too wet behind the ears for that. I guess he was a Jay Fiedler fan. I don't know what terrible era he grew up in. But we do have to get you a football team. We got to get you a basketball team.
I tell you what, you might be able to sway me on the basketball thing. You're not going to pull me away from the Cardinals, though.
Ryan Station Owner had a really good idea. I mean, he just said, just go Braves, Hawks, and Falcons, and you're done, man. Just,
you're not gonna convince me to be a Falcons fan. That ain't gonna happen.
They're gonna be playing in Arizona this year.
They were, and they'll be better than us next year. But I'm not gonna. If I'm gonna switch from the Cardinals, it's gonna be worth switching for, not the Falcons.
It's a much better logo.
What?
It's a much better logo.
I can't argue that. I used to like I had a Falcons hat actually growing up because I liked the logo so much.
See, dig that.
But I was already, yeah. I mean, I won't lie. I was a Cardinals fan, but I bounced around. I'd like root for teams, if I like their logos, if I liked a player on the team. But
Arizona Cardinals like the most nothing franchise in the history of sports, and that's the one that's the hill you're.
It's a bad franchise. It's not even nothing. It's not even like mediocre. It's bad, but it's too late.
They just have no like when I think of the Cardinals, I don't even think of a. First of all, if you say I'm a Cardinals fan, I go,
St. Louis.
McGuire, man, I don't know, the steroid era. I don't even. You have to specifically tell me that I'm an Arizona football Cardinal fan.
Whenever I look up Cardinals schedule or Cardinals record, it always pops up St. Louis Cardinals first, and I'm like, okay, that tells me what I need to know about my team.
It was even more confusing when I was growing up because they would say the St. Louis Cardinals, and first of all, no one was a St. Louis Cardinal football fan, but the St. Louis Cardinals could mean the football team or the baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny. There was a couple of years there where I actually pulled for the Card. I wouldn't call them like my team by any stretch of imagination, but I liked some players that they had back then. They had O.J. Anderson before he went to the Giants. Neil Lomax. That was the Arizona. That was the St. Louis Cardinals. And they went out to Arizona, and they were out there like 3 months or whatever it was. And next thing you know, they got the Super Bowl taken from them because the ridiculous laws that they had out there. They're like, what the hell are y'all doing? And at that point, like, I think that was the last time I ever thought about anyone being a Cardinals fan until you came along.
Well, I'm glad I could change that.
Video.
I gotta care about them.
A random video game. See,
Look,
what is going on with?
I don't think we might have the same pick in mind, so I don't want to jump him.
So, well, I don't know. You figure somewhere along the line here, Tones is going to go with the Buccaneer?
I'm trying to think who he could pick.
Gronk didn't have any great years. Tom didn't have, but he could go Tom Brady and pick years from when he was a.
Mm-hmm. And all, I mean, we know Brady's the best quarterback of all time, but with the format of how we're doing this, Brady's not super high up on my list because it's our 2 best seasons, and a lot of guys have had better peaks than Brady.
I mean, he had like 50 touchdowns that one year, right, or 40, whatever it was.
Yeah, there's been great seasons, but there's other guys ahead of him.
Find 2 seasons with Brady, you'd be fine. You'd
be fine. Yeah, you can still win this league,
but you would be fine because remember we're starting 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Here's Stones.
There we go.
Let me get him in here. I got to change the view on it. So, what in the world? Here we go. All right, Tones, how are you, sir?
Good, brother. How we doing?
We're doing fine. We're just debating on whether or not you're going to draft James Wilder or what's another that I'm out. Brad Johnson.
Mike Evans. You never know where I might go,
Don't do that.
What is this Duke thing you're talking about?
Years in the Bay as well.
You sent me some kind of text about Duke. Something happened to Duke?
Yeah, were you watching the collegiate baseball battle? Duke Duke won on a robbed home run. They robbed a home run to walk it off. They were up 5-4. The other team had 2 men on base. They would have scored 3 runs on a home run. And Duke said, "Not so fast," and they robbed the home run.
I had it on, but I wasn't paying attention.
I figured you'd have it on. You seem like the
man. I'm trying. College baseball. I've never gotten into it as much because of the fake bats.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard for me to get into the ping. And if
Same.
Florida State has a good team, okay, but it's still, to me, it's still not like watching Major League Baseball because it's just kind of a different sport.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying. It's one of those things there. You put it on and someone walks by with anything shiny object. And next thing I know, I'm like, you can put the college baseball championship on. And then all you have to tell me is, hey man, Royals, Mariners, Daniel Lynch has a 2-hitter going in the 7th. Wait, really? And then I'm just going to forget the other things on.
I hear you.
All right, let's get into it. Bobby's been talking a lot of crap about you. No, I'm joking.
What did I do? Throw me under the bus.
He's the one with Antonio Brown on his team. Although he was a beast fantasy
Did you draft
player.
naked Antonio Brown, or did you draft the one that?
Oh, I drafted Steelers. I had Killer Bees Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown.
I drafted Steelers, Killer Bees, Antonio Brown, not the running off the field naked, not the one that Tone saw. Had the privilege of watching.
Or was that Facebook Live where he was in the Steelers locker and it was pretty much the end of the road for him?
That was it. That caused some problems with Tomlin.
I think that might have been Facebook Live, but yeah,
like
that was the beginning of the end for him. It really was. I remember at the time going, "What a dumbass."
Mm-hmm.
Never.
It's actually pretty common now, though.
It did. Like I thought it was just a random stupid kid move, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that he was going to be like mental. All right, where you at, Tones? You got Johnson, you got Moss. Where are you going for pick number 3?
Oh, this one was tough. There's a lot of good stuff on the board, obviously available, but I'm going 2011 and 2014 Rob Gronkowski for the first tight end off the board. 18 touchdowns in 2011, 1,327 yards and 90 receptions, and 82 receptions, 1,124 yards, and 12 touchdowns. I compared him to Tony Gonzalez, and Gronk had the two best collective tight end seasons in fantasy football history in the scoring we're using by about 20 to 30 points still. So
did you say 11 and 14?
Yes, sir. 2011 and 2014. So it was between him and Tony Gonzalez. Gronk did edge out Tony Gonzalez based on the touchdown totals.
What is your fantasy football team going to look like this year? Like in Rick? Because, man, you're still going to go homer and draft a bunch of Buccaneers, aren't you?
Well, the thing is, I haven't drafted a buck yet, so that's pretty.
I just realized you drafted Larry Johnson. Didn't he go to Penn State?
Yeah, but what does that have anything? That has nothing to do with anything.
Oh, it certainly does.
Does it? Really?
He had two of the best seasons in NFL history as a running back.
Still, it didn't have anything to do with it.
No, honestly, I mean,
you are diehard blue and true. Like there is no doubt about. You'll never question whether or not Tones is a fan of his team because he will die on that vine.
I mean, not at all. When
Carter comes off the board,
how can you argue against the Larry Johnson pick?
Because there were other guys that were still available.
I think you picked Dan Marino as one of the first quarterbacks available.
Huge homer pick. Huge homer pick.
Right, yeah, but Larry Johnson isn't a homer pick. If you put his numbers up, even against LT's numbers.
Barry Sanders.
Larry Johnson had more. Larry Johnson and more fantasy. Isn't it all about getting the most fantasy points, though?
Correct.
So Larry Johnson had more fantasy points than Barry's best 2 years.
Well,
exactly.
We'll see. We'll see how this plays out.
It's about 2 seasons, friends. You guys are acting like I'm picking him for his career. It's 2 seasons.
You're picking him because he used to wear a white helmet with a blue stripe.
I'm picking him because he had 1,750 rushing yards and 20 touchdowns and 33 receptions and 1 receiving touchdown in a year.
He's a Nittany Lion. Come clean.
I'm picking him because he was one of the best running backs for a 2-year period of all time, you moron. Not because he was a Nittany Lion.
You think it is?
Cut and dry, common sense. Not all of us are homers like some here.
I have hit a nerve. Man.
Well, because you're being a dummy right now. You got to call out dummies when they're being dummies.
Come on.
You got to call out dummies when they're being dummies. But I'll take the best tight end of all time, Rob Gronkowski.
Bobby Ingram going to be your next wide receiver?
No, I haven't picked that again. I can barely hear you the way you're screeching right now. But Larry Johnson, Rob Gronkowski, and Randy Moss are my big 3.
Come on. All right, I'm done busting your balls. Okay, Bobby, what you got?
I'm going to the quarterback. I heard 2011 and got scared for a minute. I'm going Aaron Rodgers, 2011 and 2020. 2 of his best seasons. He had 45 and 48 touchdowns in both those years, a lot of passing yards. I think he had 2 of, I'm not going to say he did like at the top. He wouldn't have been my first choice for quarterback, but he's one of my top choices. My top choice left. I won't say who my second one is, but I'm very happy with this pick here.
I just think there's so many quarterbacks to take in something like this. You could almost wait all day and then pull up, Cam Newton, those types too.
Yeah, and Cam's on there, but he doesn't have a strong enough second season to get ahead of Rodgers for me.
Just touchdowns count for so much for rushing and receiving.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that MVP season he had, that's one of the best ever for a quarterback.
Well, that's why I wanted to make sure that we weren't just doing 1 year because then you get some real oddballs.
Peyton Hillis.
If we're doing 1 year, there's a guy on my list that I would have rushed to pick.
We're doing 1 year. I'd find a way to squeeze in Peter Warwick somehow.
Cooper Kupp would have been my first pick if we're doing 1 year.
Okay. My first pick, I'm pulling up the years because I want to make sure I've got the years right. Let me see something here real quick. Does he have... I can tell you right now. Ooh. I'm still going to go with him. It's kind of hard to beat. So I'm on the fence of which years I'm going with, but I'm going with Eric Dickerson. Eric Dickerson. Definitely going to go with the 1984 season where he had 2,105 yards rushing. Doesn't do a lot receiving. That's the only thing that concerns you. But man, there's one in Indy that he was pretty good in, but I'm gonna stick with his Rams years. I'm gonna go with Eric Dickerson. I'll go 1984. Man, the other one is really a toss-up. Because he had a touch more receiving yards. I'll go with 1983. So 1983 and 1984, Eric Dickerson. Thoughts?
I like it.
I like it. He had a lot of good years.
I like it.
It's hard to pick two of his years because he had a couple good ones. So,
yeah, the one thing that will hurt me in this, having him and Jim Brown, is now it's only half point PPR, but the receiving yards. So that's the only thing that kind of hurt me in that, but I can honestly live with it. Let's take a really quick break because I need to reset and I can't do it and wait for y'all to speak because y'all just sit there. I'll be back. We'll be back in a flash and I'll have pick number 2 here in just a moment.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And you went out last night?
Yeah.
Introducing a hangover.
What's that?
Surprise, idiot. You went out and actually had fun last night, but your body is here to remind you that's not allowed. With a hangover, you can have a light breakfast to soothe your tummy. See if drinking more will help. And finally start your day at 6 p.m.
I went out last night for casual drinks with a friend, and now I can't even form a coherent thought.
Try it today.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Nobody's got anything bad to say about Dustin Pedroia.
Okay, if he didn't mention Dustin Pedroia, I wouldn't have said a word. But the fact that he mentioned Big Poppy in the steroid era, when you want to bring that clown, that joke of a player up, they broke a great player. Ted Williams was one of the greatest players ever, and the fact that you would bring the fact up that he broke his record after he's pumping steroids in his behind, I don't want to hear about it.
Telling Wooten to pick a better Red Sox.
You could have picked 10 better Red Sox than Big Poppy.
I like him. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Of course you like him. You like the Gators. You like Aerosmith. There's a lot of things you like that the rest of the world don't. I'm just throwing it out there. Dude looks like a lady. I'm just saying. Throwing it out there.
I don't know much, but I know one thing. Billy Bills gets to show game ball today.
Armchair.
Man, this second one's a tough one. Because I feel like I know where I should go. But his touchdowns are not as impressive as I thought they would be when I had first jotted them down. But I'm going to go ahead and go there. Give me Megatron, Calvin Johnson. 2012. No, I'm sorry. 2011. He had 1,681 yards and 16 touchdowns. And then I guess I have to go to 2008 where he has 12 touchdowns and 13. 2012 is tempting, 1,900 yards, but he only had 5 touchdowns. I don't even remember. I'm sure y'all were playing fantasy back then. I don't remember that being a thing. I feel like people would have been complaining about that. To only have 5 touchdowns and almost 2,000 yards receiving.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking into him and I was intrigued by him, but then I realized how little of touchdowns he had. I mean, it's still beast stats, don't get me wrong, but yeah,
kind of like the Julio thing. Didn't have a lot of touchdowns for a span of a few years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the one elite year in 2011, and he has it is a really good year. Don't get me wrong. It really comes down to, am I going to go with the season that, well, wait a minute. Give me 2013, 2011 and 2013. There he had 1,412 touchdowns. So I guess the reason why I don't remember it is because it was the one outlier. He had 5 touchdowns in 2012. Even though he had 1,900. I mean, what was he getting tackled on the 1 foot line every time? I mean, that's a lot of yards to only have 5 touchdowns.
That really is. I remember he was a beast that year.
That's crazy. All right. Off that, man, I don't have a single guy who was born after the millennium, I don't think. All right, let's go ahead and get into who's up next? Is it Bobby? Yeah, Bobby.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and go to a running back here, more from my age. I'm going to go Christian McCaffrey. This is PPR, right?
Half point.
Yeah.
Half point? I'll still go with him on this one. I'll still go Christian McCaffrey, 2018, 2019.
I mean, he didn't even pop into my head because I'm so used to him being out. Like,
I know, but when he's healthy and when he has those good seasons, his numbers are ridiculous. He's had some of the best fantasy seasons of all time.
Absolutely. It didn't even. There are a couple of guys that have had some pretty good fantasy seasons that I've got jotted down for later in the draft, and I'm like, man, I don't even remember them being that good. I remember them being okay, pretty good, but all right, Tones.
I was afraid because he doesn't get a lot of receptions, but he had 2 of the best ground seasons since I could remember, and some really good touchdown totals as well. I'm going to go Sean Alexander here, and I'm going to go 2004 and 2005 Sean Alexander. In 2004, Alexander had 1,696 yards, 16 touchdowns on the ground. So that's really remarkable. And he had 4 receiving touchdowns, so 20 total touchdowns that year. Then in 2005, he had 1,880 yards on the ground, 27 rushing touchdowns, and 1 receiving touchdown. So 1 year, 28 touchdowns, 1 year, 20 touchdowns, a combined 48 touchdowns and a lot of yards, 1,880, 1,696, and a handful of receptions in there as well, just north of 40 combined.
That was one of the guys that I had listed, but I was like, man, do I go that running back heavy this early on? But I do remember Sean Alexander like being a beast. And everybody wanted him in fantasy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he couldn't stay healthy. Out of nowhere, he just could not stay healthy.
Yeah, and the last good year he had was really that 2005 year. And after that, he had down a little bit because of his health. Year after, he played in 10 games, 900 yards. But after that, he was just never the same.
What did he do the year after that? You have that in front of you?
Yes, he played in 13 games and only started 10 of the 13, had 716 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns and 1 receiving touchdown.
He played in 13 games and started in how many?
10 in 2007.
That might have been I feel like that he had like a really, really big injury, like a knee injury or something that kind of led to all this. And of course, back then they didn't come back as fast as they have. Real quick, we'll hit the cool games because I know Bobby's got a jam. Bobby, what is your cool game?
My cool game, I hate to go back to the NBA all the time, but I'm going to tune in because it's Heat Nuggets game 4. This is the must win for the Heat if this series is going to stay entertaining. I think they'll come out swinging like you mentioned earlier. So first quarter money line, I wouldn't mind getting in on that. But I think this will be a much more competitive game than the last one, so I'm looking forward to it.
So is that your lock?
It's not my lock. My lock, I have Marc-Andre Barriault money line at minus 140 tomorrow at UFC 289.
Okay. Tones, what is your cool game?
My cool game, I'll stay consistent here. I'm going to the world of hockey. Vegas Golden Knights at Florida Panthers. Panthers made a big dent in the series yesterday after a 2-0 series start. It is now 2-1, and the Panthers are at home again tomorrow, looking to even up that series. Puck drops 8 o'clock on TNT. That's going to be a fun Saturday night battle. Golden Knights, Florida Panthers.
I want to lean and say, oh man, I'll tell you what. You know what's strange about this? Yankees and Red Sox are playing this weekend. They're not even on my radar as far as cool games. It's really odd.
Did you hear what Nestor Cortez said today?
No.
He said Rays Yankees is a new Red Sox Yankees at this given moment.
Oh, that's gonna light some folks up, man.
That's what Nasty Nestor said. That's why he went on the IL. You know, he's really ducking comments instead of,
Oh, man.
Hey, I didn't say it.
That to me, that would be the equivalent of like a Florida State player saying, we don't worry about the Gators anymore. We worry about beating Clemson. Dude, that would be on everybody's bulletin board.
I think that adds well for Yankees Red Sox. I think it spices it up a little bit.
I'm going to go my cool game. I'm going to go with a cool series. First of all, tonight's game is interesting, Braves, because for folks who missed the news, AJ Smith-Shawver is going to get the start tonight. His first
fantasy. I have him in fantasy.
But the cool series for me for the weekend is Dodgers-Phillies. I just think that's going to be a fun series. I'm a little disappointed that that's not the Sunday night game. The Sunday night game is always it's Red Sox-Yankees. I don't know if they've ever not been the Sunday night game, but I'm going to be locked into that. I am intrigued though by Tampa Bay Rangers. Those are better teams per se, but they don't have the cachet that Dodgers Phillies has.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight could be a high scoring ball game. Grove, we'll see if he can bounce back, but he's going up against Suarez, who's given up a lot of runs. What's your walk-off, Bobby?
My walk-off is enjoy the NBA and NHL finals all weekend. Enjoy all the MLB games on. They'll be fun. And then enjoy another UFC pay-per-view card. It's been a while since we've had one. So it'll be a fun weekend of sports.
Tones, I can't wait to tell you something on the other side of the break, something that we decided that we're going to do this fall. We'll be back in a flash. Bobby, have
see you guys.
A good week. We'll see you Friday.
See you, Bobby.
Also, Jackie has him totally whipped.
Ribbed like the family pig.
I am not pig whipped.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins...
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are going to melt and we're all going to flood. No, we're not. We're not all going to flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye.
Armchair.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Brady.
And the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. He's been flying beer since August, running hot, running cold.
Ah, man, I totally screwed myself.
That's all the dental holds.
I spilled some kind of liquid inside my phone, and I can't get the stupid the case off. It's like welded on there.
Never a good thing.
I've never had a case that's that difficult to get off.
Yeah, sometimes when you get little water in the case, sometimes that makes it a little bit of a sticky situation. No pun intended.
Yeah, I was carrying a drink with my phone earlier this afternoon. I felt it spill down my hand, but I didn't realize it got in my phone until I realized that I couldn't hit certain things. I guess I'm just gonna have to wait for the thing to dry out because I've totally given up. I mean, I cannot get this. If this was a bomb that I had to defuse, I would just have to run far away, which means I'd be screwed because I can't run very fast.
I'm right there with you, brother. We'd be in the same boat together.
So don't let me forget this. It's one of the reasons I'm bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
This fall, when we bring the football show back, the Armchair Quarterbacks kickoff show that we do on Saturday morning.
Oh, I love that show.
Bobby has got to get a new team. Bobby has pulls for the Gators. He's not from Florida. I mean, he was born there, but he's from Tennessee. He pulls for the Portland Trail Blazers in basketball and the Arizona Cardinals in football, and it's because of video games.
Gee.
So we got to get him one new team. We're gonna vote.
He can't abandon his old. What is he going to abandon? The Cardinals?
He says he's not, but I'm going to anoint him a team this fall. We've got to get him something, man. We got to get something that makes sense. I'm not going to go all homer and try to make him a Florida State fan or something like that, right? I got to do something here because I'm like, you pull for two teams, one in the NBA, one in the NFL. I think it'd be more likely to get him to change his NBA team.
Yeah, I think so. Trailblazers, he doesn't really talk him up too much regardless.
And they play out on the West Coast. He never gets to see Portland because they play at like midnight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're probably about ready to get rid of Damian Lillard. This team's going through a rebuild. This is a perfect time to dump him. You got to at least get him a side girl is what I'm saying. This is the equivalent of your boy. He's got a girlfriend. I'm not going to go all immoral and say he's married, but he's got a girlfriend.
It's like me, right? I like to cut.
She's just meaner than hell, and everybody knows it, and no one's telling him. And you're like, dude, we got to get him a side girl. We got to get him a girl that everyone likes being around, and he can just go hang out with this mean one when we don't have to see him.
Hey, you know why? Maybe since he played Madden a lot that year and they were one of the teams, maybe we make it easy. And his other team's Pittsburgh because they were the other option in that Madden year. So, maybe the coin flips down the road years later and he's a Steelers fan on the other side of things.
You never know. I don't know. But we're definitely gonna. It's definitely gonna be a discussion that's gonna happen this fall.
Or maybe we do it.
I don't think we're gonna get him to change his football allegiance, but I think we can get him to change his basketball allegiance.
Yeah, we'll have a talk with him. We'll have a talk with him. That's for sure. We'll have to see. I'd say football and hockey could be possibilities, maybe.
Well, I don't think you're going to get him to change from being a Predators fan because he's right there in Nashville.
Never mind.
It makes sense. That's the only team that he pulls for. It makes sense. He lives in Nashville or right outside Nashville. He's a Predators fan. Keep that.
Hey, doesn't that bode well for maybe he would easily change that team then, since all his other teams are
because of the trend? Yeah, but that's the one team that he has that you're like, okay, maybe you've got some high character there.
Maybe he could be a Grizzlies guy in basketball.
I don't know, man. That's gonna be a hard sell with John Moran.
Hey, it's only a toy gun.
We might have been able to sell him.
Let's remember, it's only allegedly a toy gun because it makes it that much better, right?
Okay, I think so.
And not only that, it's like
dude's gonna be gone for about a year or so. So like,
correct.
Don't you love how what's his name? The commissioner made the statement that they're going to announce a suspension after the NBA finals. That's going to be the biggest Friday news drop you've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like 8:45 p.m.
I love how they play in these things now.
Yeah, it'll be at 8:45 p.m. It'll be on like 4th of July weekend. People are like, wait a minute, what happened to Moran? I forget. I'm like, oh. And they won't even put it on like a real media source. They'll put it on what's the goofy social media one that Trump is on?
Truth Social.
Yeah. They'll put it on Truth Social. No one will see it.
Vine. They somehow put it on Vine that disbanded years ago.
MySpace. They're gonna bring back MySpace and just drop it in on there.
Oh man, MySpace, blast from the past.
I think it still exists.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wonder if that thing's still running.
I think it. Well, as a few years, it was because we did a search one time on the show.
That makes sense.
I was never on it. I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard of. And when Facebook came out, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna cave into the pressure.
Yeah, I remember one time I made it because it was a trendy thing when I was a little younger, and it was interesting. You had to do a lot of work for MySpace, so it was like
that was the other thing that lost my interest immediately, because they were telling me, I don't know, man, there was a girl I was dating or something. She was on MySpace and she's showing me all this stuff one day. I was like, what? And she's going through all this stuff about what you have to do to keep up your page. I still don't even remember to recall it, but the biggest thing that I remember was she was telling me how you can pick your songs and people come to your page and they can see da 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 da. I was like, what? So what the hell do I care what song you're? What?
Yeah, you like pick a song, and then the other thing is, not that I even use Facebook much anymore, but the way you message on MySpace, you'd have to like write on their wall publicly or like go out of your way to privately. It was just a disaster.
I just went to the site. It's still up. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at here.
Should we make a MySpace for Braves country?
We should do that sometime, just for the hell of it, and then just promote the hell out of it.
And then when MySpace gets
MySpace. I wonder if MySpace has a live. They just start promoting the hell out of people. Like, what the hell are they doing? These little farts.
Once MySpace comes back strong in 20, 30 years, Braves country will be the #1 thing on MySpace.
Just load up on stock on MySpace.
We'd either look, well, no, I don't think we'd look genius. I know how we'd look.
No,
but hey,
I'm pretty sure I know how that movie's going to end.
Magee and Tones and cardboard boxes on the side of the road in 20 years. Hey, we're still doing the show. We're just, doing it live now out of a box.
Space.
Oh, man.
You need a smartphone to do MySpace. You probably do it on a Polaroid.
On a typewriter.
Yeah.
Chugging away.
Just mail in all your login information.
Oh man. Please mail it in, sir.
Is Joey quoting something? What does he mean by "let me talk to you"?
Let me see. What's he saying?
It's in the chat. Right after your cool games, he says, "Let me talk to you." I don't know if he's. I mean, if he wants to jump on, we can send him a link, but I don't know what he means by that.
Let me talk to you.
I didn't know if that was like a wrestling reference or something.
Or maybe a MySpace. Maybe he means let me talk to you on MySpace.
We'll get him to design the page.
Oh, man. We'll have a heck of a MySpace cabinet.
Oh, my God. Well, this show's going off the rails. We're talking about MySpace. Somewhat. So we're starting to here in about a week or so. We're going to be doing our football camps where we go into different teams and talk about the upcoming season. Usually wait till after the NBA finals, after the NHL finals before we start that. So that's probably coming up whenever. These two finals. So they're both 2-1 right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one goes longer?
I think the hockey one does, even though it started 2-0 and the other one started 1-1. I just think Denver is a powerhouse, and I think the hockey teams are a little more balanced than Florida Panthers and Golden Knights. Nothing against the Heat, but Denver Nuggets are really good. Now, so is Vegas Golden Knights, but the Florida Panthers came back against Boston, and they could do it again this series.
Really strange for the sports world to be being dominated right now by Denver, Colorado, Las Vegas, and then if you look at the NFL, Kansas City, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And then Houston is an actual big city, but I was sitting there thinking, I was like, man, 3 of the 4 major sports in American sports, they're not being dominated by the big markets. Really just shows you how things have changed. Football, you've always had a puncher's chance, even if you're not in a big market.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of this has to do with when you look at the NBA, specifically the NBA at one point. Remember there was like a 20-year period there where everybody wanted to go play for LA or one of the major cities. Nobody wanted to. You couldn't have convinced a Jokic to stay in Denver.
And I think another great point is, too, at one point the NBA was so littly chosen that it was literally the Bulls and Houston. They won it 8 years in a row. It went Bulls, 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 Houston, Houston, Bulls, Bulls, Bulls. I think that's pretty crazy that 2 teams shared the championship pie for 8 consecutive seasons.
And I think a lot of it has to do with a little bit social media and whatnot, but basically nowadays you don't have to be in a large market to get attention.
Right.
Because of it's not just the social media, but it does have something to do with it. By the way, breaking news, it's finally out. Pete Alonso is expected to miss 4 weeks.
Just placed on the IL. I just seen that as well.
Yeah, he was placed on the IL this morning, but they'd put him on the 10-day IL, but that's always that precautionary one that doesn't realistically mean anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so they'll transfer him to the 15-day IL. I'm sure Mets fans are fuming because a lot of them are under the impression that it was intentional because of what Alonso did in was that the Tuesday night game that he did the throw it again, and then Wednesday he gets hit with the pitch. Because you were on there with us, right?
Yes, sir. I was on Wednesday, and that's when he got hit with the pitch.
Well, after that game, Charlie Morton went over to the Mets clubhouse to talk to Alonso to let him know that it was not intentional. So there's no way he's going over there if there's any kind of residue left over as far as, first of all, he thinks there's going to be bad blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if he's like, screw him, he got in the way. He legitimately went over there with a peace offering and said, hey, that's not my style. I didn't come over there to break your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just tell by Charlie's reaction there. I mean, unless if he meant to break, if that was intentional, then he deserves a damn Oscar.
Correct.
He had the same reaction that both Mets pitchers had last night when they gave up the home runs.
That definitely wasn't intentional too, just based on the situation. There's no way that the Braves would have put themselves in that big of a hole in inning number 1. There would have been runners threatening.
Wasn't there one on and didn't they have 2 strikes on them?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like they would have put runners. They wouldn't have put a runner in scoring position willingly with the heart of the Mets order coming up.
And there's also an unwritten rule in baseball that if you're going to go after somebody, the code of conduct is you go after on the first pitch. And there's a reason for that a lot of folks may not understand. But you do that because if the batter goes into that box thinking there might be a retribution, you go after them on the first pitch so they're ready to get hit and they can kind of lessen the blow, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't wait till in the middle of the actual at bat.
No.
And he didn't go high and tight after his it wasn't up in his head. It wasn't one of those pitches that he could not get out of the way of. His momentum was taking him towards the plate, and when the ball sailed inside, he just couldn't get out of the way.
Exactly. And I didn't think anything of the intentional factor until I seen a Mets fan commenting in the chat the possibility of it being intentional. Look, you can't say every hit by pitch. I feel like nowadays every fan wants to say every hit by pitch is under the intentional umbrella. It's baseball, guys. It happens. It's part of the game, sadly.
Yeah, and what's even crazier about it is that monstrosity of a glove and everything else that he wears. He's the one guy. Okay, if you were going to throw it, Alonso, you wouldn't aim for his hand. He's wearing this. He's like an oven mitt type of thing that he's got on.
Yep, and remember too, back in the day, what was it, 6-7 years ago now? But I believe it was back-to-back years for the Braves. I could be wrong. Freddie Freeman's year ended short or got altered because he got hit in the hand.
Yes, back years. It was driving me nuts that he wouldn't wear some kind of protective gear. And even when he came back, he didn't do it.
But it's not like you've seen Braves fans even then with how big of a star Freddie Freeman was. Oh, these pitchers are dirty, cheap shots, blah, blah, blah.
We were pissed.
I mean, you guys were pissed, but you weren't playing the,
what I was more irritated by was fool me once, fool me twice thing, right? Mm-hmm. And that second one, I'm like, dude, because I want to say each time it was like around 2 months, like between 6 weeks and 8 weeks. Same exact spot in the hand. I mean, it was absurd. And I'm like, why in the hell aren't you wearing something?
Correct.
Especially because the way he stands on the plate, and he doesn't do it quite as much, but it's still, if you look at Freddie Freeman's stance to this day, he's over the plate. What he's learned now is anything going towards him, he raises his hands as opposed to, because what he was doing is that he was trying to bend out of the way. Well, his hands weren't really moving out of the way his body was, and that's what was getting him hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he's developed a little bit in terms of protecting himself over the years, but hate to see it.
But to this day, he still doesn't wear anything on his hands. And I'm like, man, what?
No, he doesn't.
They allow you to do it. Why not do it?
It's like, dude, you're like, the risk that could come with that, but
They also have the caveat too that if you've had a previous injury on that limb or whatever, you can wear even more stuff, which I think is why Alonso is able to wear the stuff that he has. I was shocked when they pulled him out. I thought it was just precautionary.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
Because his oven mitt has this big padding. I don't know how to explain it on radio, but it's got this big padding that almost looks like I don't know, almost like a small ball cap on top of his glove. And that's where he hit him, square on that. And I don't know how in the world, but it's got to be some kind of like a hairline fracture.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. Hope for a speedy recovery for him. Cause I mean, the Mets, regardless, with or without him, I don't think they're going to make much of a dent.
I think he should just take his time and
go to the beach like Chris Christie.
Hey man, 2023 is over. You just go ahead and you're going to be a free agent. Take your time. Come back next year when you're playing for the Cubs. That kind of thing.
Yeah, for real. My lock is tonight. The Chicago Cubs, they've been on a losing streak. Marcus Stroman on the mound tonight against Anthony DeSclafani. That game's not until 10:15 Eastern, but give me Stroman over DeSclafani. Give me the Cubs over the Giants. The Cubs need a win. They get it tonight.
I'm actually going to give you good odds on this. Pittsburgh plus 4.5 runs is even money right now.
Wow.
And I think they're going to get to McGill. I think the Mets are going to be flat, and Pittsburgh total. Give it to me. They didn't get into like 4:35 o'clock in the morning last night in Pittsburgh.
I like that, and McGill ain't that great.
Quick walk off, 15 seconds.
Enjoy the championships, NBA, NHL. Both seasons are coming to an end because then it's all baseball on the deadline. Let's go.
Braves versus National 7:21 pitch right here on Braves Country HD. If you're on 99.1 FM, stay tuned. You got the Brian Snow Show coming up, and of course Chattahoochee baseball tonight, 7:05. We'll be back here on Monday. Have a great weekend, y'all.
You too.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette?
DC at the air. Double. Braves country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Meet the Mets, greet the Mets, come on out and sweep the Mets. Heck of a series, a lot of fun. Now the Washington Nationals come a-calling. So let's go ahead and get you set for Braves versus Nats game 1, as coming off that miraculous, not just series victory, not just game victory, just the fact that they never gave up last night. And it would have been really easy. But when you look at the fact that the Mets, who I still think are the biggest threat to the Braves in the division, despite what Miami's record is, Miami's played a really cupcake schedule. Now they're going into Chicago to play the White Sox this weekend. That's not necessarily a difficult competition, but it is on the road, and it's never easy to win on the road. So we hope that we can pick up some ground here. We're at home against Washington. They're going into play a White Sox team that just hasn't played up to its potential. You would think Atlanta could possibly gain a game this weekend. We're 3.5 up on Miami coming into the weekend. We're, 8.5 up on the Mets? But listen to the Mets schedule going forward for the rest of this month. They got the 3-game schedule, the 3 games in Pittsburgh. So that's going to be the end of their road trip. They're already 0-3 on the road trip. If they drop one game, it's going to be a losing road trip. So it's already kind of a bummer when you look at it from their angle. It's McGill, Sengens, and Carrasco. That's not going to be easy. Okay. Let's just assume that they do get a win. I just really feel like Pittsburgh's going to win that series. But let's just say that they do get a win. Then you're looking at a 2-game series next week. They are off Monday, and they're going to need that day off just to re-energize themselves. They're at home, but they're playing the New York Yankees, who are playing really good baseball right now. Now, that's going to be a fun one, and I'm going to try to keep an eye on that one while I'm watching and bringing you the Braves broadcast. They're going to have Scherzer and Verlander going on the hill versus the Yankees. That right there is, that is the quintessential offseason, looking forward to how good the Mets are going to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're going to have to go up against the Yankees, and they're putting their, $86 million out there on the mound. If they go out there and spit the bit and get swept away by the Yankees in their home stadium, I don't care if the fact that they don't have Pete Alonso going on the IL today. I don't care about that. At bare minimum, you have to split that series. Not saying that they can't, but I'm saying your psyche would be crushed. In your own city, your 2 top starters, Scherzer and Verlander, that you're shucking out $46 million to. No, I'm sorry, $86 million to. 43 apiece. I'm pretty sure it breaks down this year. It's somewhere in that neighborhood, 86 million. If you get swept away in your own building, even without Alonso, oh man, are they going to come for you in the New York media? Then they're going to get a day off, and then they're going to be at home against the Cardinals, who are starting to play a little better baseball. So that's not going to be easy on your bullpen. Then they have to go out on the road immediately, no day off on that next Monday. Listen to this. 3 at Houston. Then they get a day off. 3 at Philadelphia. And then they'll come home and play a 4-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers. That's not going to be easy. Brewers are a solid baseball team. And then a team who's been playing much better in the second month than the first month. Here come the San Francisco Giants for a 3-game set. And after you get punch drunk from all of that, before the All-Star break, you go out on the road for 6 games at Arizona and at San Diego. They will be lucky to be a 500 team at that point. I don't think they will be. They would be very fortunate to be a 500 team at that point. I mean, my word. What an absolute that's a gauntlet. Now, look, it's all evened out because they had a pretty easy schedule and they weren't performing. There's no other way to say it. You can't sugarcoat it. They were not performing. When you look at the Mets right now, they're 3 games under 500. When they get to the All-Star break, I'll handicap it. My over-under right now, if you're a Mets fan, you would love to be 500. I think you would even take at this point 5 games under 500 at the All-Star break. You'll still have a puncher's chance at the wild card, but man, the division may be out of sight and out of mind. Phillies, by the way, are 8 back. So the Braves come into tonight's action 3.5 in front of Miami, 8 in front of Philly, 8.5 in front of the Mets, and 12.5 games in front of Washington. And Miami has been red hot. They've won 8 of their last 10. They've played some bad teams, but hey, you can only play the teams that are in front of you, so I'm not going to knock anything on that. When you look at what the Mets are about to deal with, and you compare it to what the Braves are going to deal with going up to the All-Star break, this next week alone, or week plus, we're going to be at home against Washington, at Detroit, and home against Colorado. No Major League Baseball team is easy, per se, but you like your odds to gain some ground. Then they're going to go to Philly and Cincinnati. That won't necessarily be easy. Then they're going to come home and play Minnesota and Miami, who have good records, but they don't have very good offenses this year. Then they're going to finish it off at Cleveland, another bad offense. And they'll finish it all off. And this one's going to be a fun one to look forward to. The last weekend of the season, the Tampa Bay Rays at Tampa Bay, the 2 best teams in baseball, in my opinion, right now. And you can't argue with that if you look at the record. So, yeah, we've got a couple of bumps in the road, but all in all, pretty manageable schedule on this back half of the first half of the season. And all in all, I've been really concerned about how we're going to fare with Philadelphia. And if you look at that real quick, Philadelphia is at home against the Dodgers this weekend. Can't believe we're saying this, but go blue, right? Then they go out on their own road trip, a 7-game set, and it's an exact opposite of what we just did. They go 4 in Arizona, and without a day off, 3 at Oakland. Now, we know Oakland's not a great team, but we can't talk a lot of smack about Oakland. They took 2 out of 3 out of us. But the point is, they're going to come out of that Arizona series, and with that Arizona offense and whatnot, Philly could be kind of punch drunk coming out of that game or out of that series. They're going to go into Oakland, and there could be a look-ahead factor because right after that, they come home to face the Mets, or excuse me, in this order, face the Braves and then the Mets. And it would be human nature to come out of that 4-game series against Arizona and know you're about to go home in a few days to face the division leaders and your arch rival in the Mets and say, man, we got to get ready for the Atlanta series. We got to get ready for the Mets series. Oakland might steal 1 or 2 games from them. And then after that, they go to Chicago, and they're at home against Washington, so it gets a little softer. But then they're going to finish their half of the season in Florida, 3 at Tampa Bay and 3 at Miami. And that's just not going to be an easy way to finish it off. And then if you look at the Marlins, which are hanging in there, there's always a story like this every year in Major League Baseball, right? When we did our predictions, I talked about how I thought Miami could compete for a wild card, and they're looking like a team that can be right there. They've got the pitching. Miami's biggest problem is they have no offense. But their offense is coming together, and you got Luis Arias who's chasing down 400. You just never know. You never know. But you go to with the Marlins, they're going to be at the White Sox, at Seattle. 2 teams who aren't playing great, but it's kind of a funky road trip, and they're going to end that road trip at Washington. And Washington, we're going to see this weekend, they can put runs up on the board. And they're very hit or miss on their pitching. They're starting pitching from day to day. If they get a good outing, they can be a tough team to beat. They're not quite turning the corner yet, but they can see the corner. And I think they're only a few years away from start. Look, they've got a lot of salary issues that they're trying to climb out of. They won that World Series in 19, but you've got Strasburg on the books for the next few years. You've got Corbin on the books for the next few years. And neither one of them are really guys you look forward to when they go on the hill. And then if you look at the rest of Miami's schedule this back half, They play Toronto and Pittsburgh, at Boston, at Atlanta, at home against St. Louis and Philly. So it's going to get tougher for the Marlins as they go down the stretch. If the Braves in this back half, if they can play 3, 4, 5 games over 500, they might be able to build themselves one heck of a league going into the All-Star break. And you want that because you never know when an injury or just an old-fashioned what the heck is going on slump happens, because that's the way baseball is. If you look at the series this weekend with the Braves and the Nationals and what the pitching matchup is going to be tonight, obviously we're looking forward to Shawver getting his first major league start. We got a little bit of a sample size in Arizona. It looked good. Can't wait to see what he looks like tonight when he's going through an entire. And I'm just prepared for the worst and hoping for the best. I'm not going to overanalyze him on his first start, but I'm hoping he looks great. He's going up against Gray. Gray is up and down, but he pitches better away from home. So the thing about Josiah Gray, though, I don't really have a whole lot of time to get into it, but if you look at his pitching, when he's gone up against some of the better teams, he's only had a couple of tough opponents this year. He hasn't fared so well. He's really built a resume against a really, really fortuitous game log would be the best way to put it. And then tomorrow, it's Schuster versus Mackenzie Gore. Mackenzie Gore has been pitching really well. So these are going to be a tough couple of games to see if Atlanta's young pitchers can outduel the Washington's young pitchers. The thing that I have the belief in is that Atlanta's offense is a lot better right now, and our bullpen's much, much stronger. So I do believe we'll prevail, but you can't assume a sweep. I'm expecting to win the series. I hope for the sweep, but I never assume a sweep in Major League Baseball. And on Sunday, it's Elder versus Williams. We definitely have the advantage there. Williams will go out and have a good outing from time to time, but typically Elder is a much better pitcher. And so that's how this series lines up. And I'm going to go ahead and call it tonight. I got the Braves winning. I don't think it'll be as high scoring because I think there's going to be some fatigue. Give me the Braves winning this one. We'll say 6-2. I think Shawver, from what we saw, is going to go out and pitch well, and then the bullpen will clean it up. And then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll get into that tomorrow. We are bringing you the game tomorrow as well. That's a 4:10 first pitch. Will come on 3:30 for pregame. So tonight, 7:20, tomorrow, 4:10, and we're taking Sunday off. So there you have it. All right. Lineups are next. National anthem, the whole 9 yards. Braves versus Nationals. Game 1 of a 3-game set. We've got it right here. A.J. Smith Shawver Day. How about that? The SSAJ. Huh? Let's go, Braves country. I'm going to leave you with the Brian Snitker post-game press conference from last night and his reactions in what was a wild game, a wild series. Game 1, Braves-Nats on the way.
I don't know. That's hard to describe. Holy cow. I mean, wild, yeah, fun, I guess. I mean, it's, it's just the guys, I keep saying it over and over and over. They don't quit. I mean, they just good at bats. Thought we had some really good ones early in the game, didn't chase a lot. And then late in the game also, there's some big walks. Arcia's bat was great. Yeah, you could just go up and down the lineup, all the good things. Joe Jimenez, his 2 innings are huge in a game like, he hadn't pitched in a while. Great job by Joe, stepping up big, and even Tonk. I mean, to cover 2 innings, after being down for so long was really good. And Jesse got himself in trouble again and got out of it. So, that was, and Biggie was really good for that inning. My God, anytime you put a guy at second base, that's, tough duty. But it was just, that's a great, I think probably understatement to say it's a great team win, because it's exactly what it was.
Arcia, once again, he's got the clutch gene all year.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like that heart rate is just so calm when he's up there. And that's a huge at bat off a really tough back end reliever.
Wins like this over the last few years, does it sort of become the thing where you kind of expect to do it? Or because
I think you get to a point where you don't feel like, as long as you got a strike or an out left, as we've seen, that you got a chance, and I think they believe that. It's just kind of like you give them a chance. It doesn't happen all the time, but with these guys, it happens a lot, and I think that's a good trait to have for a club.
And when you have that tenacity, can that wear other teams down?
Yeah.
They've got it in their mind.
Oh, absolutely. They know you're not done, and you're going to keep coming after them, and absolutely it does. And it is. It's fun to watch these guys go when it gets like that.
How about you watch Spencer, just one of those nights for him?
Yeah, I think it's just another learning experience for him. I was telling a Cranny, I mean, he's going to go through things where he's experiencing new things, and he doesn't have a lot to fall back on. He's creating things, I think, to fall back on, and experiences that, the next time it happens. But, you got to create them and go through them before you're aware of all that, I think. And it just wasn't going to, there's going to be days like that. I was glad we scored 3 early. Because it kind of, that deficit in is bad when he gives up 8 and we're kind of still hanging around. So, he'll learn from it. He'll bounce back. He'll go to work, and can't wait to get him back out there.
You mentioned Jimenez, but for this whole series and 3 comebacks, how important was the bullpen?
Oh, it's huge. They allow you to do that. That's what allows you to do things like that, is your bullpen. These guys have been really, really good. They don't let the dam break. They've minimized damage. And that's huge if you're going to do something like this.
You've talked a little bit about Ozzie and why he continues to switch hit. Now he keeps showing.
I know, right? Yeah. I mean, it's just, and he's growing too. He's maturing. He's learning, and his left-handed stuff is really, really good this year as he's getting better. He missed a lot of games last year. And worked really hard and spring training, and he's, like I say, he's maturing as a hitter, as a player. And I think, his heartbeat is calming down a lot when he's at the plate, because he's not chasing like he used to. I mean, he's getting better decisions, which is just a sign of maturity, I think. I said, pound for pound, he might be one of the strongest guys in the major leagues.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare above bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Washington Nationals, Thomas is in right field, batting .281, 9 home runs, 28 RBI, and 5 stolen bases. Garcia will be batting second and playing second, 5 home runs, 26 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .271 average. Joey Meneses, the designated hitter, with 2 home runs, 30 RBI, and a .305 average. Candelario batting cleanup from third base, 7 homers, 28 RBI, .253 average, and 1 stolen base. Dominic Smith will be at first base tonight. He has 1 home run and 14 RBI, a .270 average. Ruiz is behind the plate with 7 home runs and 24 RBI. He's batting .233 on the year. Dickerson is in left, .255 on the year with 2 home runs and 9 RBI. And C.J. Abrams at short and batting 8th. He has 6 homers, 6 stolen bases, 29 RBI, a .227 average. And Call is in center field with a .220 clip, 3 homers, 20 RBI, and 5 stolen bases. On the mound for the Washington Nationals, Josiah Gray, 4-5 with a .309 ERA, a .142 whip, 67 innings pitched, 62 hits allowed, 55 strikeouts, 33 walks, and 8 home runs. He'll be going head-to-head with the rookie making his second appearance, first major league start, A.J. Smith-Shawver. The SSAJ has a .43 whip in 2 1/3 innings. He also has 3 strikeouts on the year and 1 walk. Going to the plate for your Atlanta Braves at the bottom of the first, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., 12 homers, 34 RBI, 2 stolen bases, a .332 average. Batting second and playing first base, 17 home runs, 43 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .231 average, Matt Olson. Batting third and playing third, Austin Riley, 11 homers with 32 RBI. He's raised his average to .281. Sean Murphy is behind the plate and batting cleanup, a .287 average, 12 homers, and 42 RBI. Eddie Rosario is in left field with 8 home runs, 26 RBI, a stolen base, and a 253 average. And Ozzie Albies is at second base, 14 home runs, including the walk-off shot from last night, 42 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a 256 average. Marcell Ozuna, batting seventh, 12 home runs, 26 RBI, and a 234 average. Orlando Arcias batting eighth, 5 home runs, 17 RBI, and a 326 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field. His average is now up to 191 with 3 homers, 11 RBI, and 5 stolen bases. Home plate umpire tonight is Alex McKay. First base umpire Stu Sherwater. Second base Malachi Moore. And down the third base line, it's Andy Fletcher. Should be about in the mid-70s tonight in Truist Park. Atlanta minus 210 on the money line. The over-under is 10 runs. Expecting a pretty good crowd here in our home stadium that holds 41,149. That's your lineups for game 1 of a 3-game set versus the Braves and Washington Nationals. Braves come in first place in the National League East, 38-24 on the year, 18-14 at home. Washington comes in 11 games under 500 at 25-36. They're 13-15 on the road. It's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Nationals on Friday Night Baseball. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country. Atlanta Braves wearing the Friday Night Reds and the long-awaited debut of A.J. Smith-Shawver as a starting pitcher. His debut in Truist Park is about to begin. Braves wearing the Friday Night Red jerseys, the white pants, Braves across the chest, tomahawk down below. Smith-Shawver, or as I like to call him, the SSAJ. The maiden voyage is about to begin. Good to see some folks in the chat already. Underwater, Jose. Shawver wearing number 62 tonight. We'll see if he sticks with that number long term. Typically, that's a spring training number, as they call it. And he's got a powder blue glove that he's donning today. Be going up against the Nationals. The Nationals in their road grays tonight. So we're just about set for first pitch. Shawver doing a last couple of warm-up tosses. In the minors, 33 innings, a 109 ERA, 45 strikeouts in those 33 innings and 12 walks. So impressive numbers, but realize most of it was down in single A and double A this year. He did have a couple of starts in triple A. The Braves saw enough and they said, let's go. So Lane Thomas comes to the plate. The final warm-up pitches are being tossed there. Smith-Shawver is a little late getting going today, but we're just about set, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The long left-hander lets it fly 92 miles an hour inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Shawver. Kicks and deals. Down below the knees. 82 miles an hour. 2-0. Lane Thomas comes to the plate. The righty-righty matchup, 281 batting average, 9 home runs. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to be dumped into center field. Diving attempt by Harris. He lays out, and the ball comes out of his glove. Couldn't quite make the catch. And there's one on, nobody out. A leadoff single for Lane Thomas and the Nationals. Good attempt by Harris. Just couldn't quite hold on to it as he hit the ground. That'll bring Garcia to the plate. Garcia, first pitch swing and a miss. Out on the outer edge, it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Garcia. The wind up, the pitch down below the knees. 1-1. Luis Garcia, 271 on the year, 5 home runs, 26 RBI, 697 OPS. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Kicks and fires in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Shawver went 2 1/3 against Arizona on Sunday. No earned runs, 3 strikeouts, and a walk. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and the ball's hit high and down the left field line, bending, foul, and into the stands on a beautiful night here in Braves country. Should be mid-70s throughout the evening. Only a few clouds in the sky. The sun's breaking through as it's starting to set over Truist Park. Righty-lefty matchup, the 2-2 pitch on the way, and the runner is on the move. Lane Thomas heads down to second. Terrible throw by Murphy, sails it into center field, and Thomas is down to first. Pretty good jump by Thomas. A good throw may have gotten him. But the ball was thrown onto the shortstop side of the bag. Arcia was trying to backhand it and do a swipe tag, and it cost the Braves a base. So a 3-2 count now to Garcia. Shawver, 9 pitches into the inning, has yet to record an out. Runner on third. The 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted into center field, and another base hit. It's going to get down, and Washington leads it 1-0. Good piece of hitting there by Garcia. Washington early out in front. So Braves trail 1-0, 1 on, nobody out, top of the first inning. The wind up the pitch, swing, and pops it up back behind home plate. It's 0-1. If y'all missed it earlier, Pete Alonso's gone on the IL. He's expected to miss about 4 weeks for the Metropolitans. The 0-1, Shawver flips it over to first. Keeps the runner close by. We'll do it again at 0-1. Shawver lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky into right field. Underneath it's Ronald Acuna Jr., and Shawver records his first out in Truist Park. Hopefully that'll kill some of the butterflies for Shawver, get him out of this inning. Be good to get a nice little double play here to get him in and out of the inning and get his nerves under control. Big difference between making your debut and making your home debut, especially as a starter. First pitch on the way to Candelario's high and inside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Back behind home plate. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Runner on the go again, and this time Murphy's got him. Good throw by Murph. Runner's dead meat for out number 2. He's wanting to challenge it, but I'm telling you right now, that throw beat him by half a mile. If we didn't get him, would have had to have been just a ghost tag. I mean, it looks like they got him in time. Unless he's just making a well, I don't know. Arcia kind of put it like a lazy tag up into his chest as opposed to, I don't know why he's not tagging the arm. They're not going to challenge it, so we'll get away with that one. And the 2-1 pitches in the dirt, it's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Right there, first strike, it's 3-2. Shawver kicks and deals a 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Will it get down? Riley's going to get over there and make the catch in shallow left, and that'll end the inning. So look, kind of a bumpy start, but we'll take it. Braves trail just by 1. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Top of the order coming to the plate.
Look at Soto. He's kicked. He wants to throw the bat at the fans. Let him. That's his manager pulling him away. Boy, how bad is Jody Davis hurt?
A fan threw a beer at Mario Soto, and that incited him. He grabbed a bat and wanted to go after the fan with a bat.
I tell you the truth, and my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you one thing, when my wife does have sex, she screams. Oh, especially when I walk in on her.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great! I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party, the ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Josiah Gray, the tall right-hander. Let's fly the first pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. It's way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Slider missing to Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .332 on the year. The 1-0 pitch, kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. 1-1. Acuna with 12 home runs on the year, 34 RBI, the 1-1 pitch inside, busts him back with a 92, 2-1. Acuna digs in, righty-righty matchup. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Dickerson. If he had a little more length and a little less height, that would be a tie ball game. He got a good swing on that one, just got underneath it. By first look, I thought he might have gotten it. So allowed out number 1. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is high and out of the zone. Little up and in, 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and easy grounder over to first. Be a G3 for out number 2. So easy inning so far for Gray. 6 pitches, 2 outs. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley's batting average on the uptick. Riley coming in now batting at 281. Remember, it hasn't been that long ago that he was down in the 230s. Righty-righty matchup to Riley, and inside, taking for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Gray kicks and deals. Inside, ball 2-0, 94 mile an hour. The 2-0 pitch. Riley takes high, ball 3. So he's thrown 3 hard ones to the right side of the batter's box. All inside, too high. See where he dials up for a 3-0 pitch to the rake. The wind up the pitch, inside, ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk to keep the inning going with 2 outs. And Sean Murphy coming to the plate. Sean Murphy would like to get that run back. Mets lead the Pirates 1-0. That game is in the bottom of the second. Hope you all are having a good Friday evening here in Braves country, wherever you're listening from. See Lola popping into the chat. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is smoked down the third base line. Just foul. It's 0-1. Always good to see where you're listening from in Braves country. Hope everything's okay. Hope you're not getting affected by those Canadian forest fires and the air quality. The 0-1 pitch to Murphy. Gray throws a slider up there, and it tails well off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Out in front of that slider. Tailed off the edge. Much better pitch this time. So now it's 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count on Murphy. 2 down. Gray looks in. Gets set, his 14th pitch of the inning. The windup and lets it go down below the knees. Good take by Murphy. It's 2-2. They saying Beatty didn't start tonight. He might just be getting a day off. Escobar hasn't started since Tuesday. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees. Riley is on the move. Did he come off the bag? They're going to say he's safe. Garcia's really trying to sell it. Man, you don't see Riley take off very often. Makes you wonder if there was a hit and run on him. Murphy missed the sign. He beat the throw. I'll tell you what, he looked like he hopped off the bag. Well, we'll see if they're going to waste. He definitely beat the throw. Whether or not he was able to keep his foot on the bag. I hate that part of the replay because I don't think it doesn't look like that they're going to contend it, but it's not the spirit of what the rule was once intended. The 3-2 pitch inside, ball 4. Murphy draws the walk, another 2-out walk, and Gray's in trouble here in the bottom of the first. What I mean by that is when they first came up with these rules 150, 200 years ago, on a play like that where a guy's going into a bag, not a force play, and you're trying to tag him, if he beat the play for well over 150 years, the guy was safe. You didn't worry about it if he momentarily popped off the bag. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. And now with all the instant replay, and I get it, technically these guys are out, but I hate that rule. It really kills what the rules once intended. The 0-1 pitch swung on and gets away. Terrible pitch. Rosario's just up there swinging to swing. Ball gets away and goes to the backstop. Both runners move up. We'll do it again at 0-2. There are times that you can tell Rosario has made up his mind. He's going to swing. He'll get into one every once in a while, but I've always questioned him hitting that high up in the order. So a single would probably get the Braves the lead. But will he get a ball in the zone? The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Nope. Strike 3. Swung at an absolute garbage pitch around his ankles, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 2 on, but can't lay off the bad ones. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I feel so bad about lying. How am I going to make it up to him?
I tell you what I do, but I don't think dressing up like a Catholic schoolgirl is going to work.
He probably give you homework.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder, a former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle. He transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished third spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Shawver is going to go back to work. The first pitch on the way from Shawver is a strike at the knees, called right there at 0-1. Shawver gave up 1 run in the first inning, but all in all, pretty good inning for a debut at home. The 0-1 pitch, strike right there, called inside. Good fastball. It's 0-2. Dominic Smith is the batter. Righty-lefty matchup. Remember Smith from the Mets days. There was once, I remember, it's ironic now, but there was once a huge debate, much like with should the Braves start Riley or Camargo. There was a huge debate in Mets land. As the 0-2 pitch, 95, just misses. Oh, man, that was a nice pitch. Wanted that call. There was a big debate in Mets land if Dominic Smith or Pete Alonso should be the everyday starter. It's unbelievable. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and pops it up. Got him to chase 96 up around the letters, and there's one away. So 1 down. And that'll bring up the left-handed bat from Ruiz. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Well, I think we're all definitely Pirates fans this weekend. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and pops it up. Bending towards the stands, just out of reach. Austin Riley giving chase over there by the dugout. LA leads the Phillies 1-0. Was pretty interesting. So originally, Michael Grove was going to start tonight for the LA Dodgers. And then it was very last minute, the 1-1 pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. Very last minute, the Dodgers came out and changed their game plan. He's still going to pitch tonight as the 2-1 pitch is high and out of the zone. 3-1. Victor Gonzalez got the nod as an opener. And I see now Gonzalez went 2/3 of an inning. So unless there was an injury, it was just some shenanigans by Dave Roberts. As the 3-1 pitch is nowhere near the plate, and it's ball 4, a 1-out walk for Shawver. He's got to reel in those walks because that'll be a quick trick back to AAA. Gwinnett, who doesn't get that under control. Pittsburgh has taken a 2-1 lead over the Mets. First pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over to first. Olsen's got it, fires it to second, and it's going to be a 3-6-3 inning-ending double play. So maybe that'll get the Braves woken up. I'm sure they had a rough night and a rough morning. Albies, Ozuna, Arcia are coming to the dish.
Can I have the keys?
No!
You're out of my will.
You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Redsox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding died.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Josiah Gray will go back to work, and Ozzie Albies, last night's hero, comes to the plate. The first pitch is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Ozzie. Winds up and lets it fly. Swing and grounded foul over towards first. 1-1. Mets have tied it up with the Pirates. It's 2-2 in the top of the third. Dodgers lead the Phillies 1-0 in the third. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Open stance for Ozzie. The wind-up, the pitch. Swing and a miss. 93 top shelf. It's 2-2. Tampa leads Texas 4-1. That game is in the fourth. Should be a fun series. Two of the better teams in baseball. Arizona and Detroit. It's 2-1 Diamondbacks in the fifth. The 2-2 pitch. Gray lets it go high and outside. 3-2. So it's a full count to Ozzie Albies. Love to see him get something going here in the bottom of the second. The 3-2 pitch. Way outside wide. Ball 4. And Ozzie Albies is on first with nobody out. Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate. I wonder what Orlando Arcia is going to have to do to finally get above the 8th spot in the batting order. Is he going to have to win the Triple Crown? The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is inside. Oh, bad call by home plate umpire Alex McKay. Missed the zone by about 2 or 3 inches. It's 0-1. It's called a pretty fair game so far. Flips it over to Ozzie. Standing at first to keep him close by. Albies well under the tag. Washington 1, Atlanta 0. Bottom of the second inning. Marcell Ozuna standing at the plate with 12 home runs, a 7.97 OPS. Gray looks in, the wind up the pitch, swing, and that ball's sawed off back behind home plate. Ozzie was on the move. It's 0-2. Braves in the past, when they've played the Nationals, have challenged Ruiz behind the plate. He's a fair throw rating behind the plate, but not one of your top guys. It amazes me how guys are running and challenging Sean Murphy. When he came over from Oakland, we were told that he was one of the best. The 0-2 pitch, that ball's going to get away, and Ozzie will easily scamper down to second. Runner on second and nobody out. 1-2 will be the count. Ball just kind of skipped away. It was a bad throw, but Ruiz really didn't do a very good job of trying to get in front of that. You see more of these young catchers just try to backhand everything as opposed to, I mean, it's only been a generation ago. They were always taught to get out in front of it, make sure the ball didn't get away from you. The 1-2 pitch, that ball is between his legs. And Ozzy's going to get down to third. Now, you don't see that every day. That one I'm just going to blame on, I don't know, the tail end of hockey season. What is that called? The 5-hole in hockey? I can't remember, but it was right between his legs. Ball skipped. I think that's what the hockey folks call it. Anyways, runner on third, nobody out, infield in. The 2-2 pitch swung on, popped up, and Ozuna was out in front of it. Can of corn, easy out at first for out number 1. Thanks, Under. I used to be a pretty avid hockey fan. I've kind of lost interest over the years. Only so many hours in the day, and baseball is king. So Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Maybe he can drive Ozzy in, or maybe we'll get another wild pitch. The first pitch on the way, 92-mile-an-hour fastball, just nips the inside corner, 0-1. He's calling a pretty wide strike zone inside to the right-handers, so they need to be aware of that. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. The wind up. Swing, and that ball is hit deep into the hole at short. Ozzy's going to score. The game is tied. Arcia's out. It's a 6-3 put out, but a productive out. Good piece of hitting by Arcia. Infield was about halfway in-ish. A little strange because with Ozuna up, they were almost all the way in, and they moved back considerably, which worked out well for both because A, we scored, but B, I think if they're in, Arcia's probably going to get that ball through the hole. Just strange strategy. The 0-1 pitch, the first pitch on the way to Harris, it's right there, first strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, and that ball's fouled down the line, and 0-2. The 0-2 to Harris. The windup, high and out of the zone, 1-2. Braves won, Nationals won, bottom of the second inning, nobody on, 2 outs. The 1-2 on the way, swing, and that ball's grounded slowly over to second. Flip over to first, 4-3 put out to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves tie it up. We'll head to the top of the third. It's 1-1 in Atlanta.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Caryville, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida a black kid could attend. So just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah field. And in that Sarah field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Shawver is way outside wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing and pops it up. Abrams goes after one out of the zone. Underneath it is Michael Harrison, shallow center field, spikes the ball down on the ground. I'm not sure why for out number 1. He has a big smile on his face. I think that was to mess with Ozzie. Really is a fun team to watch night in and night out, and you see just how much they get along and how much they're a family. Shawver lets it fly, and just below the knees, 93 miles an hour, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered over to short, but right there is Arcia. He turns, lets it fly, 6-3, the put out for out number 2. Man, I love watching that guy throw the ball. There is something about Arcia's delivery that it just, I don't know if a lot of y'all would remember him, but it reminds me of the way the ball used to fly out of Sean Dunstan's arm years ago. First pitch on the way from Shawver to Thomas, who's 1 for 1, is a called strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Thomas didn't like that. I can't say I blame him on that one. That one looked a little high. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 95, right in his kitchen. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, just off the plate wide, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. The windup, lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The SSAJ gets 3 up, 3 down. Let's grab the bats and get them a lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseballs since the 1950s, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process. And the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. On Clayton Kershaw's first start of the season, he threw 7 perfect innings before being pulled by manager Dave Roberts. It was the first time in MLB history that a starter was pulled from a perfect game after 7 innings while throwing 80 or fewer pitches. I mentioned that Joey Votto had never popped up to the pitcher over his entire career. But on April 7th, Votto swung at an up-and-in fastball and popped up to the pitcher for the very first time. Nico Horner didn't hit a home run in 2020 or 2021. Corbin Burns didn't allow an extra base hit on a slider at all in 2021. But the first homer of 2022 was by Nico Horner off of Corbin Burns' slider.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, He went to War II, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped. But during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
Holy cow. The Pirates game will get you caught up in a second. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The Mets defense is absolutely imploding. I think that was Escobar at third base. He sailed one into right field with the bases loaded. Anyways, it's 6-2 Pittsburgh right now. The 1-0 pitch to Acuna, back to our action, is in the dirt and 2-0. What's funny about that was my lock of the day was to take the Pirates on the even during our 3-5 show at 4.5 runs. So they've already cleared that. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball right there, first strike, 2-1. When I saw that the Mets came in, because I think a lot of folks forget these are people, right? They got to their hotel last night around 5 a.m, which means you didn't get to sleep till 6 or 7. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hammered high and deep into center field, but just before the track for out number 2. That is the second time Acuna today has just missed a home run, and he knows it. I mean, he's got that look on his face like, I cannot believe I missed that pitch. 2 pitches, one went to deep left, one went to deep center, and both of them, you could tell he just got underneath it. Pitch on the way to Olsen is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swing and a miss. Took something off of that one. 1-1. Olsen batting .852 OPS, 17 home runs, a .230 average, 43 RBI. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, down below the knees. One and two. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. Do it again at 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count to Olsen. Nobody on, 1 out. The wind-up delivery, way outside wide, 2-2. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3, got him. Put the curveball on the outer edge and couldn't time it up. Good pitch by Gray. It's 2 away. Austin Riley digs in. The first pitch on the way is just off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Yeah, go. I couldn't remember who it was. I just knew that it was someone regular because I always remember the 1-0 pitch is right there at the knees. It's 1-1. Anytime I see Braves Pirates, I always think back to that, when Sid slid and just that entire era right before Bonds went west. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. before we had our little rivalry with Pittsburgh in those two playoff series, I always kind of pulled for them because they were a thorn in, at the time, the National League East against the Mets. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play, 1-2. I've got a lot of family from the New York area, and they let me know routinely how good the Mets were in the 80s and how bad the Braves were. So long before we were ever division rivals, I hated the New York Mets. And it wouldn't just be family. It would also be seeing when you bump into on the street, the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Garcia, Meneses, and Candelario are coming to the plate in the top of the 4th.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees' pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Washington Nationals. It's 1-1. We head to the top of the 4th inning. First pitch on the way from Shawver is right there at the knees for a strike. Outer edge, it's 0-1. Garcia, who is 1 for 1 on the day. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Whoa, goes to the backstop. Almost crossed over too close for comfort there. That would have been a terrible way to put the leadoff runner on. I mean, if you're going to hit him, hit him. Don't just skip one up there. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit against the grain, making the backhanded play is Arcia. What an incredible throw across the diamond. Runner's going to beat it out, but man, that was a heck of an attempt. So 1 on and nobody out. Joey Meneses, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. First pitch on the way out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Rocks and fires in the dirt, 2-0. AJ is not doing too terribly. 41 pitches through 3 innings plus. Second inning, much better than the first. What the whoa? 2-0 is way out of the zone and high. 3-0. Struggling a little bit here in this at bat with Joey Meneses. The 3-0 pitch right there for a strike on the inner part of the plate. It's 3-1. Pittsburgh 7, Mets 2. That game's in the 4th. The Red Sox are over the Yankees 1-0 in the 5th. The 3-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it, fires it to second, and it's going to get a force out for Albies, but lost his balance, wasn't able to turn the double play. I think he was making sure that he was on the base, so he tagged the runner. I think that had something to do with why he may have slowed down and made sure. It was a bad throw by Riley. I think he kept his foot on the bag, but he was double checking and making sure and tagging the runner. I don't think he'd have been able to get the runner at first because he was off balance. Would have been an impossible throw to make. So 1 on, 1 out. The first pitch to Candelario misses the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Shawver lets it fly, swing, and that ball's fouled back 93 right down the pipe. Evening up the count at 1-1. Shawver's fastball routinely is coming in around 93. Every once in a while, you'll see him put an extra oomph in there and hit it 95. The 1-1's in the dirt. Slider nowhere near the zone. 2-1. Your score. AJ Smith Shawver. His home debut. Murphy's coming out there to talk to him, probably just to try to settle him down. So Murphy will go back behind the plate. So 1 on and 1 out. Runner on first with 1 away. The first pitch, the 2-1 pitch on the way, and it is, did he go around? He did not. 3-1. So really working himself into a mess. Dominic Smith stands on deck, the left-hander. The 3-1 delivery, fastball misses. High out of the zone. It's a 5-pitch walk. Shawver, now his second walk on the night. 1 strikeout. Smith comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out in the second inning. Batting .269 on the year. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider down below. It's 0-1. Runner on first and second, just 1 out. A grounder would get us out of this one. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, nowhere near the zone. 1-1. Wonder how much longer they'll let him go before Kranitz or someone will go out there and talk to him. It's one thing to have Murphy just to get him to settle down a little bit. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it out of play. It's 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count on Smith, a guy who strikes out a lot. He can get into one every once in a while. The 1-2. High and inside. Did it get him? Ooh, that was close. 2-2. .93 miles an hour, just under the elbow. So a 2-2 pitch from Shawver in the dirt, nowhere near the zone, 3-2. Man, oh man. You got runners on first and second, 1 out. A 3-2 count to Smith. Dangerous spot here in the game. The wind up the pitch. Swinging him. Just got a piece of it. I thought he missed it. Fouled it out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swung on. That ball is hammered down the right field line. Slider hung up a little bit. Smith got out in front of it. Couldn't keep it straight. We'll do it again. A full count. Runners on first and second. 1 away. Swung on and just got a piece of that to keep it alive. We'll do it again at 3-2. So Smith peppering some balls foul to him. Trying to see if he can get him to throw one that he can handle. The 3-2 pitch from Shawver. Swing and bangs that foul off his leg. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves 1, Nats 1. Top of the 4th inning. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and popped up. Stay in play. It should. In foul territory. Underneath it is Olsen. Turns around and fires it to Riley at third. All the runners stay put. Nassas was thinking about cheating down the line and heading down that way. But a quick relay to third kept him put. Tell you what, Olsen's got a pretty good arm. I don't know how accurate it is, but it's strong. I mean, he that was straight airmail from deep right or shallow right field over to third. First pitch on the way to Ruiz is a strike. It's 0-1. Ruiz reached via the walk last time up. High and catcher, the 691 OPS. Whoa, the 0-1 nowhere near the zone. 74-mile-an-hour curveball in the pitch out range. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and just hits it high in the sky, but it's playable. Underneath it is Michael Harris, and that'll end the inning. So Nationals put 2 on, but the rookie gets out of it. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Murphy, Rosario, and Albies coming to the plate.
What happened to you? She tried to kill me. What did she do? I don't know, but I woke up in the Hudson River in a sack.
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners, in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. He was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up with the Nationals. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Let's get this kid some runs. First pitch on the way to Murphy is down below the knees. It's 1-0, excuse me. Dodgers and Phillies, they are tied up, and they looks like they're heading to the fifth inning, 1-1. The 1-0 from Gray. Swing and rifles it foul and out of play. It's 1-1. Sean Murphy, 12 home runs. He had a good series pretty much everyone had a good series versus the Mets. The 1-1 pitch. Inside. Ball 2-1. Actually, almost all the Mets had a good series against the Braves. The only ones that didn't do well were the pitchers involved. High scoring series between Atlanta and New York. The 2-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Good slider by Gray. It's 2-2. Pirates are pounding the Mets 10-2. I'd say it's quite the hangover from what took place last night. Not to mention McGill was on the mound. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees. Ball 3-2. Rich Hill was on the bump for the Pirates tonight. I like their chances. I thought it would be a little competitive. I mean, my God. The 3-2 pitch swung on and rifled over to short. Good play by Abrams, and there's one away. Had to go to his knees to catch the line drive. Kind of an awkward catch, but he made it. First pitch on the way to Rosario is right there for a strike about belt high. It's 0-1. Rosario's got kind of a smile. He's got to be laughing at himself because he swung at 3 just ankle balls his first time up, and this time he takes a strike right down the middle. The 0-1 right there for swung on and fouled away. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is dumped into left field for a 1-out single. Went down and got it. Just got enough on it to lift it over Abrams' head and short. It'll look like a bullet in the scorecard tomorrow. We got 1 on, 1 out, and Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. If you missed it earlier, Pete Alonso will be on the IL for what looks like at least 4 weeks. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. They're calling it 3 to 4 weeks, but it sounds like it's more of the 4 to 6 week from a couple of their beat writers. The 1-0 pitch, foul back out of play, 1-1. And if you go forward, if you map it out, let's say it is 4 weeks plus, that's going to take you right before the All-Star game. So there's a good chance he's out till the All-Star break. Kind of came as a surprise to me, but if you listen to last night's post-game press conference with Buck Showalter of the Mets, they were asking him about certain things as Gray steps off the mound. It was a quick timeout. And just his response of the fact that he was saying that their general manager was going to make more comments on it Friday morning. 1-1 pitch, called for a high strike right there. It's 1-2. You kind of knew off the jump right there that meant he wasn't going to be back anytime soon. Saw one person put out microfracture, but it hasn't been confirmed. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. Yeah, it was updated this afternoon of the 4-week variety. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and flies inside. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. Tough break for Ozzie. That ball was coming in near his thigh, and he spun around to get out of the way. That's realistically what caused. Yeah, he went around, but it was realistically reactive because the ball was heading towards him. So a self-defense strikeout. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Pitch is flipped over to Rosario at first to keep him close by. First offering of the at-bat. That might have had something to do with the fact that he was at 2 seconds on the pitch clock. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna. Swing and a miss. Slider well out of the zone. 0-1. Red Sox lead the Yankees 2-0. Baltimore over KC 3-1. Both those games about halfway through. Gray gets the sign. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it go. Same pitch. This time Ozuna laid off. It's 1-1. The longer this game has gone, Gray has really pushed the envelope on the pitch clock. It tends to be more so when there's a runner on base. The 1-1 pitch off the plate, and they're going to throw down to first, and tag is applied, but just late. Rosario back in time at first. So that won't count as an offering down there. You're seeing more and more of those. Way to keep the runners close by without having to use your moves. And I don't think Major League Baseball even looks down upon that because it's still action. That was the big thing with all these rules. They wanted more action. The 2-1 pitch in the dirt. Ball gets away, and Rosario is going to trot down to second base. So we've got the lead, the go-ahead run in scoring position and a 3-1 count on Marcell. Orlando Arcia standing on deck. The 3-1 pitch to Ozuna. The wind up, swing, and that ball's bang foul down the third base line. 3-2. So the thing about, I've seen a lot of rumors with Ohtani, with the Mets go after him and whatnot. And there is something that I did not know was a thing, and I don't quite understand it when it comes to the Japanese-born players. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Gray, from Gray, is way outside wide, ball 4. Evidently, Japanese-born players, I would think it would be an attraction. They don't like to sign with a team that already has a Japanese-born player. I don't get that. I would think you would love to have someone that spoke the same language, that, the whole 9 yards. But with Kodai Senga being on the Mets, that almost essentially kills any chance of him going to the Mets. First pitch on the way to Arcia is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. It's a goofy thing, but evidently, when I first heard it, I kind of scoffed, and then I heard it from 4 or 5 different sources that is a thing, and I was like, man, that is all right. Strange. The 0-1 pitch to Arcia, swing and a miss, slider down below the knees. It's 0-2. I also believe that Ohtani's going to stay on the West Coast. He wants to be closer to home. I would be shocked if he's not in Los Angeles, either as a Dodger or an Angel. Could see possibly Seattle, maybe even San Francisco. They missed out on the Judge, but go after Ohtani. But I've just got a feeling that's what the Dodgers have been saving up money. If you notice, they didn't do anything this offseason. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. Do it again at 0-2. So runners on first and second, 2 outs, 2 strikes. Deuces are wild in Atlanta. Gray is now at 75 pitches here in the 4th. The wind up and pitch down below the knees just misses for a ball. It's 1-2. Sinker about 93 miles an hour, just below the zone. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider got him. That'll end the inning. Braves threatened but failed to score. We'll head to the 5th. It's 1-1 in Atlanta.
She had man hands.
Man hands?
The hands of a man. It's like a creature out of Greek mythology.
They did tell me about the dinner. I got to take all the receivers to a dinner. That's going to be cool. I'm excited for that.
It's not going to be cool. You know they're going to run that bill up? Like 75,000?
Oh, yeah. You mean like the Louis the 13th you're going to have to buy at the restaurant? Nah, they ain't doing me for $75K. I ain't going to fake it.
Nah. It's the rookie dinner. It's all of y'all.
You the 10th pick of the draft, too. They know you got 20 guaranteed. Wait, what you say rookie dinner is?
He thinks it's his decision.
It was so cute.
Armchair.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Saccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. The SS Edge, AJ goes back to work, and the first pitch is a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge, 0-1. Shawver looks in. He better hurry up. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it over to first. One away. You really don't expect the guys coming up from the minor leagues who've been dealing with this for several years now to be so close on delivering the ball with the pitch clock. But I've noticed Shawver a few times has really cut it close. So that'll bring Abrams to the plate. Abrams swings and fouls off the pitch right there in front of home plate. It's 0-1. Man, the sky is falling in the Big Apple this morning. Listening to some of the bounce around to 3 or 4 of the shows I have up there. It was so funny to hear the same guys that said that Braves had no shot at winning the division back in March as the 0-1 to Abrams is right there for a strike. Outer edge curveball may have gotten the benefit of the doubt. It's 0-2. 0-2 flips it up there in the dirt. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Shawver. Fastball just below the knees. 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Probably his best slider I've seen him throw all night. There's 2 outs. Had kind of a almost like a curving effect. It's being registered as a slider, but it's almost like a slurve. 84 miles an hour right there on the knees. First pitch on the way to call is fastball right there on the edge. Called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. Alex Call, the center fielder, number 9 hitter. The 0-1. Fastball right there down the pipe. It's 0-2. We'll have the game tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. Jared Schuster on the mound for your Atlanta Braves going up against Mackenzie Gore. Should be a good little battle of lefties. Mackenzie Gore came over in the trade from San Diego, and he's pitched pretty well this year. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and grounded over towards short. Arcia's got it. Flips it. Nails him at first. 6-3 put out. 3 up, 3 down. Harris in the top of the order coming to the plate. Got a good feeling about this one, Braves country.
We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past or anybody that's ever coached with him, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. And I know the guy. Know him really well.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with gamblers that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler and he ran with the gambling crowd. And he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when you need to make errors. He was a scary figure. Scary because he was tolerated. Scary because of what he did. Scary, too, because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team. And Chase's open vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely was beyond ugliness.
Welcome back, Braves country. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch swung on and bang foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. Harris 0 for 1 with the ground out in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and just got a piece of it. Bangs it foul off the plate. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Way outside, high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. I was trying to get him to chase up high, I believe, and he was set up inside a little bit. That ball about went to the backstop. Nowhere near the intended target. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Kicked away. Man, I wish he would have swung at that one. That ball ran towards the third base dugout. Harris would be standing on first right now. So a 2-2 count to Michael. Catcher Ruiz, man, he's letting a lot of balls go by him. The 2-2 swing and just got a piece of it. Fouls it off the plate. It's 2-2. Pittsburgh leads New York. Pirates over the Mets 10-2. That game is in the 6th inning. 3-game series in Pittsburgh. The 2-2 in the dirt. Ball 3-2. Slider. Phillies jumped out to a 4-1 lead over the Dodgers in the 5th. Minnesota 2-1 over Toronto in the 6th. Sonny Gray on the mound. The 3-2 windup, swing, and the ball's rifled back up the middle. It's going to be a worm burner into center field. A leadoff single, good at bat by Harris. Got down 2 strikes and fought his way back to a full count and then found a pitch that he could send into center field. Just in between Abrams and Garcia at second and short. Someone break up the A's. They're up on Milwaukee 3-0. First pitch on the way to Acuna's down below the knees. Good take by Ronnie. They tried to get him to chase that sinker. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. If you're just joining us, both flyouts were hit hard and deep. Just getting underneath both of them. The 1-0 to Ronnie. Down low, ball 2-0. Braves bats looking to come alive. Relatively quiet night so far. The 2-0 pitch. Gray flips it over to first. Fairly close play. Harris is under the tag. Back at it at 2-0. So a 2-0 count. One on, nobody out. Swing and fouls it off the mask of Ruiz. 2-1. Harris was on the move. He'll go back to first. He had a pretty good jump. That's one Acuna probably should have let go because I don't think Ruiz was going to get him on that one. Training staff is coming out to check on Ruiz. Ball was fouled off his mask. He's talking to the trainer and talking to his skipper as looking at the replay. Ball barely touched Acuna's bat and rifled right into his mask. So it looks like he's going to be okay. He'll stay in the game. Harris on first, nobody out. Acuna stands in on a 2-1 count. Ruiz setting up inside. Gray's going to turn over and flip it over again. So now he's used both of his moves on Harris. Harris has already taken off once in this at bat. Rays lead Texas 8-1. That game is in the 8th inning. The 2-1 pitch. Check swing foul into the dirt. It's 2-2. Braves trying to find some way to crack through here. One on, nobody out. The 2-2 pitch swing, and that ball's grounded over to third, flipped over to second, and Acuna runs through it, and it's going to be safe. Close play, almost a double play, but Acuna just beat it out. So Acuna will take Harris's spot on first. There's one away. Acuna leaning towards the base. The first pitch on the way to Olsen is a swing and a miss strike high in the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Acuna leaning, stays, swing and a miss, slider high, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Acuna inching his way towards second. Fakes the go and pitches high, 1-2. Catcher Ruiz was leaping up. It was almost like they threw it over the plate, but almost in like a pitch out type of effect. The 1-2 pitch, rocks and fire, swing, and just gets a piece of that to keep the inning, keep the at bat alive. It's 1-2. Braves 1, Nationals 1, bottom of the 5th inning. The 1-2 pitch, Gray flips it over. Acuna underneath the tag. will go back at it. It's a 1-2 count. Bottom of the 5th inning, 1 out. Matt Olson steps in. They're set up inside the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He is not able to pick up that slider for whatever reason. It looks like a pitch that's hung in the zone. It looks like a pitch that typically Olson hammers, but Gray gets him. There's 2 away. It's a funny game, this baseball. First pitch on the way to Riley is in the dirt, and it's 1-0. It always amazes me when you talk to and listen to older players talk about when they played and the guys that gave them problems, the guys that didn't give them problems, and you're usually surprised by their list. You'll have a Hall of Famer telling you that someone like Ronnie Belliard was his biggest nemesis. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky. Just got underneath it. Same reaction that Acuna had. Fastball, but just could not hit it squarely. That'll end the inning. We head to the top of the 6th. We got us ourselves a strange pitchers duel. It's 1-1 here in Atlanta.
Go to a psychic with her.
A psychic? He considers them not just mumbo jumbo, but extra jumbo mumbo jumbo. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they're friends. I just wish he'd be that comfortable around me already.
It took him a long time to get comfortable around me, too.
Really? What did you do?
Something terrible in a former life, I don't know.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
All right, just wash your hands before you use it. I don't get your germs.
Whoa. Washing your hands is healthy? I did it because it felt good. I have so much to learn.
After Cleveland's great pitcher Addie Joss died, his fellow ball players staged a benefit game to aid his widow. All the great stars came. Walter Johnson, Smokey Joe Wood, Napoleon Lajoie, and Ty Cobb. The game was a great success. They managed to raise $12,931, but it only increased the players' anxieties. With no pensions of their own, or job security, or grievance procedure with the owners, they felt powerless. They now formed a players' fraternity. It had 2 goals: to rid baseball of the hated reserve clause, and to gain a larger share of the profits for the men who made those profits possible. At first, they got nowhere. The owners simply ignored them.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Smith-Shawver, the 20-year-old, giving up just 1 run here through 5. May not have been the most impressive, but he's found a way to work through it. 5 innings, just 3 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Kept the pitch count under control, too, just 73 through 5. He goes back to work versus Thomas, and the first pitch on the way is high and inside. It's 1-0. Now, you do wonder here, this will be his 3rd time through the lineup. The 1-0 pitch, down below the knees, 2-0. The 2-0 from Shawver. Fastball right there on the edge, 2-1. I think if they hadn't came out of such a tough series, really used a lot of bullpen against the Mets, Shawver may already be out of the game, but they're going to see if they can get another inning from him. The 2-1's rifle back foul. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Down below the knees, 93 near the dirt, 3-2. The 3-2 pitch on the way from Shawver. Swing, and that ball's rifled over to short. Dropped by Arcia. He fires it over to first. He's going to beat the throw, and that'll probably be an E6. Thomas can fly. Arcia should have had that ball, so I'm sure that's probably going to be an error. Just hit his glove and then just kind of stuck under the ground, under his foot. He actually stepped on it. I didn't realize that the first look at it. He actually stepped on the ball. Thankfully, that didn't cause an ankle sprain or something. First pitch on the way to Garcia is grounded foul. It's 0-1. Braves now with 2 errors on the night. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. Warming up in the bullpen is Colin McHugh. Figured we would probably see him tonight. He didn't get any work last night. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Good location on that one. 1-2. That slider dove in just a little off the zone inside. Too close to take for Garcia. Garcia, who's 2 for 2, the 1-2 pitch. Tried to go there again, but that pitch was nowhere near the last one. Evens up the count at 2-2. San Diego leads Colorado 3-0. The 2-2 in the dirt. Another bad throw. After that really good slider that he threw to get the second strike, his last 2 sliders have been down and in. That one coming close to nipping Garcia in the leg. You got a full count now. The wind up the pitch. Swing and bang foul down the first base line. Thomas was on the move. You got to figure he's going to be running with his speed and a 3-2 count. Going to be really hard to double him up. So a full count to Shawver, his 86th pitch of the evening. The windup, swung on and ripped right to Arcia. Arcia fires it to second. Is that going to be a double play? He gets the runner at first. See what the call is. I think they're going to say that Thomas is safe at second. Ball was hard hit to Arcia. Ozzie was already standing on the bag as he was covering it. I'm sorry, I said Arcia. I meant Riley. Riley threw it to Arcia. Arcia gunned it down to first. And looking at the replay, man, that is going to be close. They may want to take a look at this. It almost looks like it got in his glove just before his foot hit the bag. It's really close. I don't know if you can get that one overturned because it's that close, but man, it looks like it. It looks like he's out. At first glance, I thought he was out when they called him safe, and I saw the replay. It's so close. For those of y'all that can't see it, essentially when Riley throws it to Arcia at second, as it's hitting his glove, it looks like that Thomas on his slide has not quite touched the bag. Once it goes into the glove, Arcia, once the ball actually goes into the glove, Thomas then touches the bag, but it is so close. And they really don't do a very good job of slowing down the video. They have yet to get to the same point that other sports have on the replays where you slow it down. You can see it frame by frame type of stuff. See what the call is here. He is safe. It's almost so close you'd almost say tie goes to the runner type of thing. I mean, it's that close. I was a little surprised that they challenged it because it was going to be a tough one to overturn. So that'll do it for the SSAJ. He went 5 1/3. Snicker's going to come out and make a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. Colin McHugh will come in. Smith Shawver leaves the mound to a standing ovation. We'll be back in a flash.
1971. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Hippies burning library cards. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. But you put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella. Sure, go ahead. Laugh if you want to. I've seen your type before. Flashy, making the scene. Well, I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over.
And Pascual Perez just threw a baseball into the Cubs dugout, and another one came flying right back out. And there's another one, and it's hit one of the umpires out of the mound. Now Don Zimmer's coming up, and he'll argue that Perez started it. He threw a ball into the dugout, and he did. Harry Wendelstedt and Zimmer. You see Zimmer's hot. Pascual was being tended to on the mound. It appeared that his right hand, his pitching hand, may have been hit by that line drive. So now Ron McLean is up talking to him. The huddle is around him. Somebody must have said something from the Cub dugout, and Pascual just lobbed a baseball into the dugout, and in short order it came flying right back out. And when the ball came out, it hit home plate umpire Bill Hahn. One of the Cubs is going to be fined for throwing the ball. Going to be fined because that guy's pitcher threw the ball in our dugout. A little bit of a smile on Pascual's face as if he's gotten away with something here.
Armchair.
Ebbets spent $750,000 to build his park, with its marble rotunda and chandeliers made in the form of bats and balls. So much that he had to sell half his interest in the team to pay his debts. Ebbets Field opened to the public on April 5th, 1913, an exhibition game against the Highlanders, who officially changed their name that spring to the New York Yankees. Brooklyn won 3-2. An inside-the-park home run by a young former dental student named Casey Stengel made the difference. Over the next 45 summers, Ebbets Field would witness some of the worst baseball ever played, and some of the very best.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will be coming into the game. McHugh comes in with a 3 ERA. Righty-righty matchup. Meneses, the designated hitter, takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Runner standing on second, one away. The 1-0 from Colin. Swing and a miss. Good slider right there on the outer edge. 1-1. Shawver, of course, is responsible for the runner on. Actually, he's not responsible. So we can close the books now that I think about it. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, 2-1. I forgot that was the error by Arcia. Shawver through 5 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and no earned runs. So not too shabby for a debut. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered into the gap. It's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score. Meneses will lumber his way into second. An RBI double. And it's 2-1 Washington. Kind of left that one hanging. Drifted across the middle of the plate. They were set up outside, and the ball just drifted back across. No chance for Harris to get to it. Baltimore leads Kansas City 3-2. Pittsburgh is up a touchdown and a field goal over New York. It's 12-2 in the 7th. First pitch on the way to Candelario, just a bit outside. That thing sailed. 1-0. Candelario 0 for 1 with the walk in the fourth. The 1-0 right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1, 1 on, 1 out, top of the sixth, swing and grounded over towards second. Ozzie has it, flips it to Olsen. 4-3 put out on the play. Meneses does get over to second base. Goes from second to third. So he's 90 feet away, but there are 2 outs. So a man on third, 2 outs. Dominic Smith, the left-hander, comes in. First pitch on the way to Smith is a slider right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 1-1. It's funny, he throws the same pitch that he threw last year, and a lot of the StatCast now calls his slider a sweeper. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it off. It's 1-2. It's always been more of kind of a slurve, depending on how much he puts on behind it. So a 1-2 count to McHugh. Runner on third, 2 outs. The windup, 88 mile an hour, misses outside wide, cutter, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into left field. Underneath it is Rosario for out number 3. That'll stop the bleeding. Braves will grab the bats. Middle of the order here in the bottom of the 6th.
So I got jury duty. I'm not going. That sounds stupid. So you're telling me there's a guy who did a crime and you need me to show up so you can convince me whether or not he did it? I didn't go to law school. I'm just confused because, why isn't it a job? Why don't you just hire jury people full time? And why can't you just get an associate's degree in jury tutoring? Why do we have to grab randos off the street? Why do I have to convince a Lifetime Fitness front desk employee, an Arby's shift lead, and a librarian that I'm not guilty for murder?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm going to read a book from beginning to end in that order.
I've always wanted to do that.
I proclaim this the Summer of George.
Women workers demanded to play too, and soon the Goodyear girls, the Westinghouse maids, and the Miller Rubber maids took the field. At Progressive Sing Sing Prison on the Hudson River, convicts played and beat visiting teams made up of electrical workers, insurance salesmen, and stock exchange clerks. I want to go back to Sing Sing, one ex-con remembered. Down here, I'm just a bum, but up there, I was on the ball team.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Nationals go to the bullpen. Thompson will come into the game to face Murphy. First pitch from Thompson is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 4.35 ERA for Mason Thompson. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged off his leg foul, 1-1. 6'6", 244 pounder, 25-year-old from Round Rock, Texas. The wind up the pitch right there for a strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, 95 right down the pipe, blew him away, and there's one away. Impressive fastball, just below the letters. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario takes the first pitch for a strike, 96 on the black. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. The windup, swing, and fouls it back. It's 0-2. Mason Thompson, originally drafted by the Padres in 2016. The 0-2 pitch, called strike 3. Rosario caught looking on a curveball on the outer edge. 2 away. Thompson coming over in that trade as well. Drafted by the Padres in round 3, 2016. A high school pick. First pitch on the way to Ozzy's 95 off the edge. It's 1-0. Thompson's got a 4.35 ERA in 31 innings this year. 24 outings. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. 95 outer edge, 1-1. The 1-1 to Ozzy. Fastball misses outside wide, 2-1. When he comes into games, he's routinely asked to go multiple innings. One, two. He's even done three innings this year. The 2-1 pitch, fouled off down the line, 2-2. He's got a good, lively fastball. He's even gotten a save on the year. The 2-2 from Thompson, righty-lefty. Swing and bounced it over towards short. Running it is Ozzy. Man, oh man alive. They're going to call him out. I don't know about that, but they want to challenge it. Yeah, he's definitely safe. I thought he was. He beat that by about a half a length. So Braves are challenged. That should be overturned, which would put Ozzy Albies on first. You'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Man, you'd love to see Marcell get a hold of this guy's fastball. So if he can catch up with it, it is going to fly. ruling on the field has been overturned. So in the end, Blue got it right. The Dodgers have come roaring back. Freddie Freeman just hit a home run. And they have tied it up in Philadelphia. It's 4-4 going. It's still in the top of the 7th. So Ozuna's going to climb into the box. See, maybe working with the man on base might be a little different for him. He's looked pretty good so far, this Mason Thompson. Righty-righty matchup from the stretch. The first pitch is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 0-1. The 0-1 to Marcel. Fastball right down the pipe, 0-2. I'm not sure what he's waiting on there, but that first one, probably let that one go. But that second one, man, that's right where he likes to get the fastballs. They set up out wide. The 0-2 pitch, off speed in the dirt. 1-2. So now you got a bit of a cat and mouse game. He showed him 2 fastballs down the pipe, then went to the slider on the outer edge. Does he try to get him to chase again with the off speed, or does he try to catch him napping, blow it inside? The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees, 97 miles an hour. They tried to go fastball. He was set up inside that time. Just missed his mark, and now you got it 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Ozuna. Ozzy on second. Anything that gets down in the gap should tie the game. The wind up, the pitch. Swing, and that ball is dribbled into right field against the shift. Ozzy's going to make it from first to third. The throw comes in. He'll make a head first slide, beat it by plenty. And we've got runners on the corners and 2 away. Orlando Arcia is coming to the plate, and you know he wants to make up for that error. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. They went with the hard stuff away, and he just shot it towards the second base side. He's hit against the grain quite a bit here since he's turned things around here in the last month. You wonder when the opposing defenses are going to realize you can't cheat that far over on him. So Orlando Arcia will come to the plate with runners on the corners, 2 outs. A single will tie it. Extra bases would probably bring Ozuna home with 2 outs. The first pitch on the way, swing, and bangs it foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Braves in that Mets series scored a lot of runs in that 6th inning and scored a lot of runs with 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th, 2 away, runners on the corner. The 0-1 pitch, way outside wide, 1-1. Michael Harris II stands on deck. The 1-1 pitch from Thompson. The windup, swing, and that ball is shot back up the middle. Thompson's got it after he drops it for a second, flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but can't get one across. We'll head to the top of the 7th. It's 2-1 here in Atlanta.
What kind of mortgage did you get?
10-year.
Well, 10 over 30, so 30-year total.
What?
10-year fixed, Over 30-year total.
Oh, 30 years.
Okay.
Wow, you'll be paying this off in your mid-70s.
All right.
Hey, I've got an idea. You know that extra bedroom? If the whole girlfriend thing never happens, that's where the nurse can live.
Okay. All right.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
So my boss told me I could start working from home a couple years ago. He just called me and asked if I can go to the office. I moved.
They have work to do, and they should be sleeping or eating. But they would rather do without sleep or without a square meal deliberately eaten than miss a minute of a ball game, even if they go on their night turn in the mill or factory, minus the rest that should be theirs.
Baseball has been a passion of immigrants because it is a way into the United States. It's a kind of citizenship perhaps more authentic than anything which can be on a piece of paper. Sometimes it was the youngster's rebellion against his father becoming less Polish, more American by taking up baseball. But it became an enormously important part of the American identity.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1. Colin McHugh is going to go back out here for the 7th inning. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Way outside wide. Curve misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul down the first base line. It's 1-1. Ruiz is 0 for 1. He did walk in the second. And they're having a shootout in Detroit as the 1-1 pitch misses low, 1-2. It's 11-6. They're in the 9th inning in Detroit versus Arizona. They've scored 2 or 3, maybe even 4 runs in the 9th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up high. Should be easily playable for out number 1. Riley's got it. Very shallow left field. Pirates put another one on the board. Our favorite guy, Tommy Hunter, out there just gave up a solo shot to Carlos Santana. It's 13-2 Pittsburgh. That'll bring McHugh to Dickerson. And the first pitch on the way is a strike right there on the outside. It's 0-1. Corey Dickerson, 0 for 2. The 0-1 misses outside wide. 1-1. The 1-1 from McHugh swung on and rifled into center field. It's going to get down for a 1-out single here in the top of the 7th. Here in the 7th inning, about that time to turn back time. On this date, 1914, at the Baker Bowl, Honus Wagner becomes the second player in history to collect 3,000 hits when he doubles off of Philadelphia's Erskine Mayer. Cap Anson was the only other major leaguer at the time with 3,000 hits. And that's a first name that's become extinct, Erskine. First pitch on the way is swung on by Abrams, scooped up by Arcia, flips it over to second. He'll get the force there. Abrams is busting it down the line. No chance to double him up, but there's 2 outs and a runner on first. can't get over that first name, Erskine Mayer. On this date, 1946, Ted Williams clouts the farthest home run ever hit. The famous home run in Fenway Park, a shot that was estimated at 502 feet before striking the straw hat of a fan sitting in seat 21 in the 37th row of section 42 in right field. The first pitch on the way to call the number 9 hitter is out of the zone. It's 1-0. The Red Sox will paint that seat red to commemorate the location of the Splinted Splinters blast as McHugh flips it over to first to keep Abrams close by. That was in 1946. I think we've all seen that seat. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the intercut. It's 1-1. Going to the Braves Red Sox in July in Fenway. Looking forward to that. I've never been to Fenway. Started to go in. The game was called because of rain years ago. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled into right field. A one hopper right in front of Acuna. Acuna gets it back into the infield pretty quickly, but Abrams goes first to third, and there's 2 away. Got that fastball way out, too much of the plate. Luckily, that ball didn't jump over Acuna's head. It was hit hard. It took a short hop and a high hop. Acuna's reflexes saved the day. First pitch on the way to Thomas is inside for a ball, 1-0. Lane Thomas, 1-0. Sorry, 1 for 3. One of the candidates for one of the top rookies. On this date, 1973, is the 1-0 pitch. Nice! Curveball comes sweeping in right there for a strike. That one was almost like a wiffle ball. It's 1-1. On this date, 1973, Gil Hodges, number 14, in tribute to their late manager who died of a heart attack just before the start of the season. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. The Mets retire Gil Hodges as number 14. In addition to leading the Mets to the 69 World Championship, is the 1-2 pitch down below the knees, 2-2. Call heads down to second on the play, so you got runners on second and third and 2 outs. He also hit the first home run in franchise history, a solo shot in 62 at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, and that was in 1973. The 2-2 pitch, way outside wide, full count to Thomas. Standing on deck is Luis Garcia. That's your turn back time for June 9th in Major League Baseball. So a full count to Thomas, 2 outs, the wind up, the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, got him. Put that sweeper curve on him, and it fell off the table. Wasn't easy, but he got through an inning and 2/3 of no-run ball. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, all 2, all 3.
Katie was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Katie Blue on a Saturday her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail by just 1. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Our old friend Hardy's is on the mound, Carl Edwards Jr. Michael Harris II is going to lead off this inning. He's 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way. Fastball just inside, misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled down the line. 1-1. The 1-1. Fastball inside, close shave. Harris had to bend out of the way. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing and grounds it over to second. On top of that pitch. It's a soft roller for out number 1. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna digs in, and the first pitch on the way is a breaking ball for a well inside strike. It's 0-1. Missed the plate a little bit, but it was pretty close. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-1. The 1-1 from Edwards. Fastball just misses, 2-1. That might have evened it up. That one looked to be right there at the knees. The 2-1 pitch to Acuna. The windup. Fastball misses high, 3-1. Edwards kind of bounced all over the league. Braves have seen him a ton over the years. He's kind of settled in with a pretty regular role here in Washington. The 3-1. Down below the knees, ball 4. Whoa, they called that a strike? You got to be kidding me. Acuna had already started to take off his equipment. That missed the zone big time. Blown call by McKay. All in all, Alex McKay's called a pretty good game, but that was just a blown call. So what would have been ball 4, now you got a full count to Acuna. The wind up the pitch. Swing and grounded over to short. It's going to be an out. Abrams flips it over for out number 2. So what could have started possibly rally, blown call by Alex McKay, the home plate umpire. Now 2 outs. Now we got Matt Olson coming to the plate. You wondered if the Braves might come in a little flat in this game. Still a long way to go, but big series against the Mets, a late game, the whole 9 yards. First pitch on the way to Olson is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. And I know everyone will sit there and say, well, they're professionals, et cetera, but emotions plays a big part in sports. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-1. You see it in full effect in Pittsburgh where the Mets are just getting pummeled. The 1-1. Swing and bangs that foul, 1-2. Dodgers and Phillies tied up at 4 in the top of the 8th. These two teams are back at it tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. We'll have pregame at 3:30. Braves Nats game 2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit up the middle. It's off the glove of Edwards, and trying to charge to make the play as Garcia can't get a hold of the ball. So it'll be a rare infield single for Matt Olson. Wheels is on with 2 outs. Ball came off the glove of Edwards, and then Garcia felt like he was going to have to barehand to make that play. He's probably right. But I think Edwards is mad at himself. I think he realized if he just lets that ball go up the middle, it's going to be an easy out. The defense was right there. So that'll bring Riley to the plate. The first pitch to Riley is a fastball at another bad call by McKay. It's 0-1. Pitch missed the zone on the top shelf outer edge. The 0-1 swing and fouls it down the line. It's 0-2. Braves 1 run, 5 hits, 2 errors. Washington 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-2. As flat as they've played tonight, one swing would give them the lead. Pretty good crowd on hand. The 1-2 to Riley. The windup. Fastball misses high. They checked down the first base line. Did he go? He did not, and it's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Take another look at it. Yeah, he did not go. So a 2-2 count to Riley. Runner on first, 2 outs. The windup way off the plate. Ball 3. Now Olson can get to running. He'll be off with the release of the pitch. So if anything gets down for extra bases, it should score him. The 3-2, runner off, swing, and hammers it high and deep, but foul down the right field line into the upper deck. We'll do it again at 3-2. Red Sox beat the Yankees 3-2 in New York. Baltimore 3-2 over Kansas City. That's a final. The 3-2 pitch. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball's rifled up the middle. Abrams is going to have to dive and then throw it over to first. Riley, jogging down the first base line, will be out. Number 3. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the 8th on the way here on Braves Country.
You saying you want a piece of me?
I can drop you like a bag of dirt.
You want a piece of me?
You got it! Ryan Sandberg stepping in to lead it off against Danny Cox. Sandberg walked his first time. Last time up, he grounded out third to first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on, fly ball, left center field. That sends Coleman back, and that ball is gone. Home run for Ryan Sandberg. He hit it into the basket, and that gets the Cubs on the scoreboard with their first hit of the afternoon. Ryan Sandberg's first home run of the year.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail by just 1. We head to the 8th inning. Rookie AJ Smith-Shawver pitched tonight. Pretty good outing. 5 1/3 with no earned runs. Braves defense has really been the difference in this game. Usually really good defense, but tonight 2 unearned runs. Kirby Yates will come into the game. The right-hander will face the number 2 hitter Garcia, and he'll fire in a 92-mile-an-hour fastball top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Garcia's 2 for 3 with 2 singles and an RBI. About time for birthdays here on Braves Country Baseball. The 1-1. Down below the knees, low strike called. It's 1-2. Garcia looked at him as if that was a strike. Home plate umpire Alex McKay said, "I've been missing them all night long. Don't worry about it." The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 2. Happy 35th birthday to Joe Kelly, relief pitcher. He's bounced around quite a few places. Most folks know him as the reliever for the Dodgers that got into it with the Astros controversy. The 2-2 pitch, swing and fouls it back. We'll do it again at 2-2. Speaking of the Astros, happy 38th birthday to Yuli Gurriel. And the great Dave Parker, the Cobra, turned 72. If you remember Randy Wynn, he turns 49 today. The 2-2 pitch from Yates, the wind-up, swing, and that ball's rifled down the third baseline, just foul. Braves are playing a shift. If that gets just about a foot or so to the right, it's at least 2 bases. There was no one over there for days. The 2-2. Swing and grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it over to Olsen. 4-3 put out for out number 1. It's 1-1. Miami and the White Sox in the 6th. That was Perez versus Cease, I believe, tonight. Dick Vitale turns 83 today. Other non-baseball birthdays. Teddy Bruschi is 50. Michael J. Fox, 62. And Natalie Portman turns 42. And that's your birthdays. Joey Meneses comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to the designated hitter is a curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. Meneses 1 for 3 with an RBI double. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 1-2. Dodgers and Phillies are still tied at 4. Real Muta has stolen another bag, man. That guy steals a lot of bases for a catcher. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball right there, caught looking, strike 3. Meneses must have been looking for that sweeper again on the outer edge. He got the express coming right down Main Street, and there's 2 away. Cubs are at the Giants tonight. That game starts in about half an hour. First pitch on the way to Candelario is down and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Candelario is 0 for 2 with a walk in the 4th. The 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Called for a wide strike fastball, 2-1. Candelario doesn't like it. Might have had a decent gripe there. The 2-1. Swing and drags it foul towards the first base dugout, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. The windup. Fastball, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yates with another clean inning. You never know what you're going to get out of him, but that was a good one there. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Murphy, Rosario, and Albies coming to the plate.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
When Larry Bird finally returned to the court after missing basically an entire season with foot surgery and a back injury, he faced prime Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. 10 seconds to go, it was a tie game. The Celtics had the ball, and the Bulls put their 2 best defenders, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, both on Larry Bird, and then this happened.
Let's see if they wind it all the way down. Inside at 10 seconds. Bird low. You can't double yet. Now you can quickly. Bird's jumper, good. Larry Bird gives the Boston Celtics a 2-point lead. Everybody in this building had to know it was going on. Michael came over to help out.
But maybe a quote from NBA Hall of Fame coach Pat Riley can explain. In an interview, Pat Riley said this iconic quote, "If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save a game, I'd choose Michael Jordan. If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save my life, I'd take Larry Bird."
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines, and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by just one. We head to the 8th inning. Coming to the plate will be Sean Murphy. He'll be followed by Rosario and Ozzie Albies. Finnegan is coming into the game. Kyle Finnegan, 4.56 ERA. The right-hander misses the first pitch up high, 89 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Dodgers and Phillies, they are still tied up at 4. That game is in the top of the 9th. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball just misses inside, I guess. Possibly up high. That was a close one. It's 2-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 31-year-old looks in and lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is rifled off the leg of Finnegan. No way anyone's going to get to that one in time. It'll be an infield single for Sean Murphy. He's standing on first. You wonder if they may pinch run for Murphy. And they are. Sam Hilliard's going to come in. That's the benefit of having two good catchers on your team. That ball came flying in and came off the calf of Finnegan. They might want to check to see if he's okay. Sam Hilliard, your pinch runner. They're out there checking on him. I think he says he's okay, so Nationals powers that be say let him go, so Finnegan's going to go back out there. Finnegan came in against the Braves on April 2nd. Pitched a clean inning there. Of course, that was the very beginning of the season. So that'll bring Rosario to the plate. 1 on, nobody out. The first pitch, swing, and fouls it back. 0-1. Finnegan from Detroit, Michigan, was drafted by the Oakland A's back in 2013. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swung on and rifles it foul down the left field line. 0-2. A little behind those fastballs. I don't know if that means he's sitting on something. Typically what you get. 14-7, Pittsburgh over the Mets. That is a final. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards second base, diving for it, and it's going to get into right field. Hilliard's going to make it around to third. The ball gets behind the right fielder. He's going to recover in time. Thomas, with his speed, keeps Hilliard from scoring, but Rosario's going to get down to second, so we've got runners on second and third and nobody out. I would say that's probably going to be a single and an error. He dragged it over towards the right side of the infield, just past the outstretched arms. I thought it got underneath his glove. It actually just popped out of his glove. Thomas was coming up to fire the ball, and it just popped out. So a fortuitous bounce. And Ozzie Albies at the plate. First pitch to Ozzie's way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 98 miles an hour. The 1-0 from Finnegan. Outside wide, 98, 2-0. Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. The crowd is awake too. It wasn't just the players who had quite the hangover. The crowd's finally awake. They're doing the chop. Ozzy's 1 for 2 with a walk, a single, a run. The 2-0 pitch. High and inside. Oh, come on. Come on. Calls it a strike. That ball is about 2 to 3 inches out of the zone. That is an awful call. You know, McKay has not called a bad game, but the ones he's missed terribly. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. He had to go for that one because he's calling that a strike. Good Lord. You wonder sometimes how certain guys got to be major league umpires. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Can of corn. He went after that one. Another one of those situations, though, he probably felt like he couldn't take it after McKay called that first one a strike. The second one that he swung at was in that same area. I think Ozzy should have just stood pat and made him call it a second strike. That's just human nature. If he's going to call it a strike, you feel like you got to swing at the terrible, terrible call. We've yet to see it happen, but someone on the Braves eventually, sometime, needs to explode on one of these umpires. The robo-umps can't get here fast enough, can they? The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. Swing and bangs it off the ground. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna, righty-righty matchup. Ruiz is asking for time. He's having some issues with his equipment. Catcher trying to refasten some of his padding. So Ozuna, I guess that ball actually came off of the instep of his foot, and it's weird where the padding was. It hit the one area where his foot wasn't covered, and that's what he was doing. He was making sure that his padding was there. So an 0-1 count. Marcell Ozuna, the wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's banged over to third, and the ball's going to be juggled. Ozuna runs down to first. The game is tied. Hilliard was coming all the way. Dom Smith had a hard time getting a handle on it. He got the force out at first base. That was almost a nasty collision between him and Ozuna. I'll tell you what, Ozuna and Dom Smith run into each other. That's going to be at least a 3 or 4 on the Richter scale. So the Braves have tied it up. We've played about as bad as we could tonight with a just, I'm guessing a AAA, AA umpire. We got a chance to take the lead here. The first pitch on the way to Arcia swung on, rifled up the middle, and it is going to be off the glove of C.J. Abrams. Here comes Eddie Rosario. The Braves lead it 3-2, and we'll take it. A sloppy game, but we got a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 8th. Some things are just meant to be. Holy cow. Arcia hit it pretty hard on the ground. It's about a 3 or 4 hopper. Now, the strange thing to me is with Arcia's speed, Washington's infield wasn't quite halfway in, but they were playing a little more shallow than what they normally would. I don't understand that one. But Arcia now stands on first. We've got a 1-run lead, and that led to why Abrams had such a hard time getting to that ball. First pitch on the way to Harris is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. That's a funny quote. Underwater. The 0-1 pitch to Harris. Swing, and that ball's back up the middle, and Abrams got it. He'll step on the bag this time for out number 3. But up for your Braves. Score 2. We head to the top of the 9th. Let's try to slam this door and go home with an ugly win.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool! Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, please stay in Tallahassee. Them Gator fans used to joke and clown when Florida State would come to town. But they stopped laughing thanks to Bobby B.
There are quite a few people here whose lives have somewhat changed overnight. They have blown up. They've got brand deals and money just being thrown at them left and right. And with that success, oftentimes they are accused of changing and selling out. And I want to be very clear about the type of person I am and will always be, because if and when that day comes, I want people to know that it has always been my goal to sell out, and you won't be able to talk to me, peasant. Anyway, still don't have a job. Armchair.
That is a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays? Mine does not. No, it doesn't. Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations. Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried. Right.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams. And Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves have a 1-run lead going into the top of the 9th inning. Braves have really just sputtered around all night, but they got a chance to steal a win here. That's going to bring eyeglasses on to try to slam the door. Raisel Iglesias comes to the mound. He'll try to get another save. The first pitch on the way is right there at the knees, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Sure, he was thinking at some point there was no way, no possible way that he was going to pitch tonight. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, the windup, swung on and fouled down the line. 1-2. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Sinker got him, and there's one away. Good piece of just an entire outstanding sequence right there by Iglesias. That'll bring Ruiz to the plate. Ruiz, swing and a miss, fastball, top of the zone, outer edge, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. You know what you kind of want to see if you're Iglesias at the beginning of the inning, you want to see him as the 0-1's bang foul. It's 0-2. You want him to go up to the umpire and say, you know that pitch you called on Ozzie for a strike? If I'm going to get that, we'll be out of here in just a few pitches. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Change up. That's a hard combination to deal with when you got the high and hard one going back to back, and then he pulls the string on the 0-2. So Braves are 1 out away from possibly stealing game number 1. Looks like Philadelphia has hit a home run. I'm assuming that is a walk-off shot. Yep, Philadelphia just beat the Dodgers 5-4. Looks like it's Kyle Schwarber. They've had some dramatics the last few nights. I don't know if y'all saw the Clemens highlight, and now this. First pitch on the way is a fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. I bet Frank the Tank's about to put his head in the oven between the Braves comebacks, the Phillies comebacks, and the Mets doing their thing. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to first. Olsen's got it. Flips it to eyeglasses. He steps on the pillow, and that'll do it. Your Atlanta Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 3-2. Unbelievable game that honestly, I don't think a lot of us thought that there was going to be a W here on a Friday night. Kind of slugged it around, but we'll take it. Unbelievable come from behind win again. Braves 3 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. Washington 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Yates will get the win. Iglesias will get his 9th save. I believe this is 4th in the last week. Shawver pitched pretty well tonight for his first night. And I'm going to go ahead and give the game ball to A.J. Smith-Shawver. Didn't pitch great, but no one really played great tonight. But he didn't pitch bad. 5 1/3, 3 hits allowed. You'd like to see the strikeout versus walk rate a little better, but this ain't fantasy baseball, baby. This is Braves country. We'll take the W, and the Atlanta Braves win it. Says now on StatCast that the win probability for the Braves is now 100%. We had 98% in attendance tonight, 40,297. I'll tell you what, I know it's a Friday night, but that's pretty impressive when you're playing the Nationals. So a great crowd again at Truist Park. Game finishes in right at, we'll call it 2 hours and 50 minutes. The Braves will stretch their lead over the Mets to 9.5. They'll still be 8 in front of Philly, 13.5 in front of Washington. And I want to take a quick look because I haven't seen the score in a while. They were tied for the longest time. Yeah, I don't know if I feel like the site that I'm on is not working, but let me double check this real quick. The White Sox and the Marlins, for the longest time, that screen has said 1-1. That cannot be right when it's in the 6th inning. Now it's they're in the 8th inning. Marlins are tied up 1-1. So that'll about do it. The Braves, unbelievable game. Tomorrow, your Atlanta Braves first pitch will be at 4:10 Eastern. Remember, that's going to be Jared Schuster. He'll be going against Mackenzie Gore. So it'll be a couple of good young pitchers again going head-to-head. We'll come in with the pregame show at 3:30 and maybe go ahead and get us a series win, eyeing towards a sweep on Sunday. We'll have Elder pitching on Sunday. No broadcast Sunday, but we will be here tomorrow, 4:10 Eastern. The Braves pull off a game I think a lot of us were thinking Not that it was over, but it just wasn't looking good. Atlanta wins it. Have a great night, Braves country. Braves 3, Nationals 2, in a sloppy win that we'll definitely take.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, Defiance flashed in Casey's eye. A sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.